Aquinas or Aristotle talk much about money?
Yeah, so that's what's actually funny is so when I went back, like, so in grad school I had to read most of Aristotle, and like, but we're not reading it with like focusing on money. So then when I went back and I was like, well, what is like, oftentimes when I'm trying to research something, I'm like, okay, well, let me just see what did Aristotle say? What did Aquinas say about this? So I go back and I'm reading Aristotle, and he's talking medium of exchange, unit of account, and store of value. He puts his whole economics is basically like three paragraphs. That's it. It's like a side note, almost, in terms of like the thing that he understood though is his whole case is that all of economics grows out of ethics. So like if you don't have an ethical system, a sense of justice and all fairness and all that, then nobody will exchange at all with anybody. So like exchange presupposes justice and ethics. So like that was the big like holy shit. No like thing that connected in my head was like the money's fucked up because the ethics are wrong. Like this idea, like I fucking hate broken money. I hate that so goddamn much because it makes people think that money is this tool that's supposed to work, and it's supposed to do all these things, and it's just not working, and if we could fix it, if we could repair it, fixes and repair, then it would be fine. And it's like, well, when you understand that fiat is, it's not broken at all. It's literally doing the only thing it was designed to do. It's working 100% right. Like it's a system that extracts. Like that's the whole fucking point of the monetary system, is to extract. It's like that was the big like aha moment for me. Was just like they completely inverted the ethics, and that's all these problems are just outgrowths of some really deep fundamental inversion of a presupposition. And like, I don't know, so that's kind of what I took from Aristotle though, because like he doesn't need 12 tomes to talk about economics, because he's just like, all these, if you have the ethics right, everything else kind of will follow. And yeah, I don't I have all the citations and all the stuff in the book, and I mean, I'll send you a hard copy if you want. I don't care. Or if you want the audio files, I'll send that to you too if you want to listen to it. But yeah, I don't mind doing that. But I just I just think it's really interesting that all these things that we think are so modern and new, uh, it's like they're not really. These are just human. These are problems with human beings, that people have been talking about for thousands of years. So I don't know. Sorry, I'm just rambling.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. I'll figure out a way to get your book. Maybe I'll DM you or something. The question that came up in my mind, and by the way, like other people are welcome to, pop in here or request to speak or something. Um, it seems like Bitcoin is kind of like gold in a sense that it's a sound money system, but gold differentiates from Bitcoin in that gold is just kind of a natural phenomenon of the world, and it doesn't require a set of node runners to keep up the rules. And that when you were talking about just exchange, the concept of exchange, the concept of money, it presupposes some kind of ethics amongst people. It's almost like that applies to Bitcoin in a deeper layer than it applied in the Aristotelian era, because um, Aristotle was probably assuming something like gold as the money and the exchange required the ethics. But I mean, do you feel like now, as like making decisions about protocol rules and running a node, it brings that need for ethics into like a deeper layer of the money at all? Does that make sense at all?
Uh, I mean, yeah, I think it does bring it deeper because it really is touching into your humanity. Like, so another really interesting tie from Aristotle is like, so when we think of when we think of like, oh, store value, medium of exchange, unit of account, whatever, it's like, okay, so those are money's like functional properties. That's the things that it does. And he would say that, like, its essence, like the medium of exchange is what brings money into being. So if there's not two human beings exchanging, like the act of exchange is what creates money. So whether it's gold or fish or like whatever the object, that doesn't matter. Like if two people are exchanging something, like value for value through an object that mediates that, that's money, in an Aristotelian sense. And like the most important thing about this though is like, okay, so what's its final end? Like what's money's like ultimate end? Not just what it does, but like its huge purpose. And it's like it's it's creating the bonds between people. So like money is how humans connect in like in a different way. It's like it forms a relation between two people in that act of exchange. And like what we're writing about in our next book, and like the idea that is like, so what money is like what enables you know that relationship to scale. Like that's what takes a tribe, like the what is it, Dunbar's like number, what, like you can keep like
Yeah.
150 people in your head, right? That's just that's your memory capacity. And it's like, so when I can know every particular person, I know Steve, I know Bob, I know Joe. I actually don't even you don't even need money to actually interact in like a tribe. Everyone's pitching in, everybody knows what everybody else is doing. So you're like, do you need money? Not really. It's like, but once that number gets bigger and you can't know every single person, right now you're dealing with people in the abstract. Like I don't know, all the other, Americans, but I know them as Americans in that weird, like in that abstract sense. And it's like money is the thing that lets you scale that. Like, so it's like civilization doesn't happen without money. If you don't have money, you don't break Dunbar's number. You don't have the ability to coordinate human action at a larger scale. So it's like that, taking that back to Aristotle, like that's what money does. That, so when you say the money's broken, I reject that entirely, because it's like, is the money still, you know, creating these relations? It's like, yes, it is. It's just under fiat, those relations, are extractive. They're evil. It's like the money's not broken. The money is literally evil. It's aggressing upon others. It creates these asymmetrical predator prey. When people are talking zero sum games and stuff, it's like those are not the relations that we want to be creating with other people. We want to, like, peer to peer is one of my favorite, you know people throw it around, but it's like if you think about it for a second about what that means, that's really deep. Like we are peers. We're all human beings. And there's something really, I don't know, there's something about that I find just fascinating. But
Not just at first I thought you were going to defend Lynn Alden uh, in a way. It sounds like you're saying it's not broken. It's working.
yeah, it's not.
It's
I would debate.
working.
I want to debate her so bad, because it to me it sends everybody down the wrong path. Like that name of that book I think it's done damage to the cause.
I'll be honest. Recently Lynn Alden's, anti BIP-110 and making her own VC company, and but if we start like 6 months ago, I had a lot of respect for Lynn Alden. I mean, what I liked about that book was before that, I didn't understand that it was just a circular no end of liabilities, and there was no settlement layer at all. And I like the idea of that book if it convinced other people like it convinced me that there was no settlement anywhere in the fiat system. It was just a circular system of debts and liabilities. But
Yeah, I read it. I mean,
yeah,
it's a good history of money. Like it's not like I would throw it out. Like I hate the broken money aspect of it, because like the idea that money is this neutral, and we see this surface up here too with the BIP-110 stuff. People talk about neutrality, people talk about censorship resistance and all that, and it's like it money's not inert, it's directional. It has to move towards something. Like the relation between you and I can't be nothing, like it can't be null. It's either beneficial or it's not. Like that's just not how money will work. um it's not an amoral thing, like because again it has to presuppose the ethics. It has to. So if you pretend that economics is divorced from the ethics, well, you're I mean, you can do it, but it doesn't, like, it's not logically valid. It contradicts. It's a performative contradiction to use money and say it's as such. But
yeah, I went into the performative contradiction stuff too. This is a tangent, but the performative contradiction is one of the ways that kind of and philosophy relates to the deep mathematical, philosophy of mathematics that like Bertrand Russell and Bert Gödel got into with like the self-reference paradoxes and performative contradictions. In my view of things, is just in that class, self-referential paradoxes. Mm. But one of the things that you brought up, I was curious about, mm, was when you said that our um, money is about exchange between people and the kind of signal that it sends. Are you also, I'm not trying to grill you here. I'm just like genuinely curious. And please, anyone else that like wants to speak or something, like request to invite to speak. But uh to me, when you say that, my mind immediately goes to Carl Menger, and Hayek's theory of money as kind of like a communication system of needs and wants around the world in almost a better way than languages. I'm sorry if I'm like over engineering this, but it just seems like the communication protocol of like who needs what and who can supply what, and like that communication system only is high signal and low noise if it's sound money. Do you buy into that stuff too, or no?
yeah, I mean that's what our next book is all
Okay.
about. I mean, money is language. And it's a very specific, really uh, precise language. It's like a uh, sorry, not to get like too crazy, but just like we're taking. I mean, if you're familiar with like Dr. John Vervaeke, like he's gonna write the foreword to their book, and we're basically taking his, cognitive science, uh, merging with the all the philosophy, and showing how that actually applies to the money and the economics and the civilization, all that stuff too. Like the idea that, oh, in philosophy you have like your metaphysics and ontology, and then there's epistemology, and then anthropology, and then ethics, and then economics. It's like, well, it's not a linear progression. Like those things literally fold back into each other, and it's just a fucking circle. It's all connected. It's all related, and that's what we're trying to close the circle, and just kind of give people this map, a way of talking about reality, their life, everything they're doing, like what you are, who you are, what the world is, how we relate to the world, how we relate to ourselves, how we relate to each other. Like these are all things are connected, and like and money is like, if you don't have money, uh like as a step, like you'll never connect them. So it's kind of cool how like we've been coming through this our journey uh through writing this book, and it's like money is that the hinge, the linchpin that actually brings all these different disciplines together and lets you actually close the loop. And it's just like, so yeah, what you're talking about is, I mean, it's true. Like it's an accurate description of the realities that we share, or not realities, though the reality that we all share. Like that's the accurate way to describe it. Money, prices, these are languages, and they, again, it's how we relate to each other. Um, yeah, sorry, I'll just be rambling and shit if you guys don't
No,
jump in and stuff too. Or
does anybody else want to jump in there? Before I do, dude, I'll ramble with you this forever. I'm so glad to like kind of have more of a connection to you now because I think we have so much in common. It is mind blowing to me the longer I kind of go on in this to see the almost autistic excitement that the world of philosophy has put into the philosophy of language over the past century. I mean, they even some people call it like the linguistic turn. You have Wittgenstein, you have Derrida. It's like when every single thing became about language, and like it's like, oh, you have the logical positivists that are like trying to reduce languages to ones and zeros, and Wittgenstein kind of like ended this thing. But it's just the amount of energy that went into the connection between language and philosophy, and then you look into the amount of energy that went into the connection between money and philosophy. And it's like a drop in the bucket. I mean, I thank you for teaching me that stuff about Aristotle's entry into that world, medium exchange, store of value, and stuff like that. I knew he was a little bit. I didn't know he did that much. But like when you compare the amount of energy in the world of philosophy going into money to the amount of energy going into language when money is a language. It's just bizarre to me in a way.
yep, words, numbers, music, money. I mean, those are kind of like the four main kind of examples that we're talking about in our book. I think that's just really, it's really cool because they all relate, and it's like, because that's how we interface, with each other. That's how we interface and learn about the world. Um, and it's again, like, when you say, like, does it take us deeper? And it's like, we're making the case that yes, um, it is deeper in the sense, like, it's more holistic, because, like, you feel like when people talk about Bitcoin, they're like, oh, it's like a religious thing, or like, you feel it. It's not just a up in your mind, like this cognitive thing. Like, look at my portfolio, the numbers, it went up this and that. Like, there's something human, like, about Bitcoin that taps into, you more holistically, and it's like that's not an accident. It's the nature of the relation, which, it's much more like music, um, where I can look at the notes, and I can, without hearing it, I can tell you if what key they're in. I can tell you if this is a harmony, if that's the melody. Like, you can objectively look at the notes, or you can objectively look at the wavelengths of sound, and you can see and measure, what the harmonies are, or what would be in tune. And then you can also just hear it, and you can feel that shit. And it's just like, it's a both thing, like, that's the same way with Bitcoin, and the same way with, yeah, like, when you go and you get your fiat, and it's getting debate, like, you feel it. It feels horrible to go into the store and see the prices, outpacing your paycheck. It's like that. Even if you don't know the economics, something's wrong. You That's like the stupid, like, IQ bell curve. It's like, you don't need a high IQ to know that when you're getting fucked when you go to the store. You can be the wizard with all the charts and all that stuff and calculate it if you want, but it's like, you don't have to. It's like, the money thing is a both thing. Um,
Yeah, absolutely. I think everybody feels that. I just saw that Roughnecks join. Not to make the transition too hard, but Roughnecks, you've been like a recent hero of mine, and I am so curious about your mining operations that you probably can't talk about. I don't even know if you're a pool or you just got a bunch of friends with warehouses of hash connecting to you, but like, dude, you're a freaking champ. You're probably busy, but if you have a chance to speak, feel free to jump in at any time here. We've, uh, me and Neil have kind of coalesced because we both kind of have a background in philosophy, and we're just talking about like the philosophy of money and how important it is, and how it just it to me it just seems we've come into a divide here with people who really feel the importance of money in that deep emotional sense, like Neil is talking about. And the idea that like JPEGs should be in the discussion is almost just like, okay, we're not on the same page here anymore. Like I don't think you understand how important money is to humanity. Mm, we're on different levels. Like we're talking about the foundation of the house here, and you guys are talking about like what color you want to paint the bedroom on the third floor. And um, so it seems like I don't know, the soft fork with BIP-110, it might work out in a way that will be great. I think that's kind of what I started this spaces with, was that to me, I'm fine either way. And I'm not saying that in kind of like a insecure sense. I'm saying that in like I really am fine either way, because if the universe decides that the differences between knots and core are kind of irreconcilable and you guys kind of need to try your own path independently, I'm fine with that too. But don't get me wrong, like seeing Wall Street have to take the giant L and just see that they're not in control of the legacy chain, that would be a giant win too. And sometimes I'm not sure which one I prefer. But Jim, did you have something to say there?
Yeah, I wanted to link what you were saying about, you know, the I think something along the lines of the efficiency of money, or how having JPEGs on, you know, quote unquote JPEGs on Bitcoin isn't what we're looking for. I mean, that's one of the things that drew me to this whole spam debate to begin with. I mean, didn't we all, as Bitcoiners, learn that one of the worst things to happen to gold is that, or one of the things that happened to gold was that its monetary value is distorted by non-monetary uses. So being used as jewelry, being used for industrial uses. These are things that make gold less efficient as money, less effective as money. And why would we want to bring that onto Bitcoin? And even worse, why would we want to bring that onto Bitcoin by accident? I mean, by some hack that somebody found in a soft fork upgrade. So it just seems to me like, I don't know, this is a chance to kind of start righting the ship and getting Bitcoin back to a purely monetary asset, which is what we're here for.
Yeah, that's one of my go-to arguments as well. And even deeper than BIP-110, just in people trying to propose new codes and new features to Bitcoin, with the justification that more use cases are better. I kind of dig back to what you're saying, and that no, money is better if it is only used as money, and any additional use case of the money makes it less effective of money. I'm interested in what Neil would think about this. My opinion of that is the same as the communication channel. If the money has other use cases, then those use cases distort the signal of the transmission of like needs and wants. Because as soon as gold is used in jewelry or used in electronics, it doesn't even matter whether that demand is greater or less than. It's just that the demand is not the demand for money, which means that that signal gets distorted. Neil, do you have any insight into that?
So I view what I argued. There's a section in Modern Change where I talk about the use case stuff, and like I think they're distinct. I don't think they're related at all. Could they be related? Sure, in practice, but I don't think there's anything inherent about use cases. Like it's like, yes, you can use the gold as a coin or as a paperweight. It's like, but its use as a paperweight doesn't have anything to do with its use as money. Like being good money is what makes it money, or good money. So it's like the monetary properties are what make it good money, and it's just like I just keep those use cases distinct and separate. Because like you don't need like the Peter Schiff argument that like he equates that like it's only money because it has other uses, and that just gets it completely ass backwards. Like it doesn't, there's no it's not that people had uses for gold and then it's like you don't need that at all. You can just say, hey, here's an object that has these properties that are monetarily very potent, and I'm going to use this as money. Like you can just go there. You don't have to have some secondary use case for it. So the purity of Bitcoin is like why, in my view, like it's the most powerful money. Like we like maybe theoretically you could say there could be something more, but like in reality, that's the most powerful thing that we can conceive of to be a monetary object. It's the most powerful monetary object. So I'm going to use that. I'm going to pick that to be my, to be my vessel, to be my, the thing that I go and, you know, relate to other people with. Like that's going to be what I'm going to pick. So I don't know. In an economy of human beings, and with imperfect information, like I can totally see that. Like if a whole bunch of Peter Schiffs are running around and acting and being market participants, like they're going to react off of that information. Like that's how they're framing it. So that will impact them, but that doesn't impact me. And then just logically, I don't think that there's an inherent relationship between secondary use case and monetary use case. I don't know if that answered your question.
What about this might be too abstract, but one of the guys in my meetups is a guy Swann who is like really deep into mm, money as a kind of ruler, or not a ruler who rules people, but just like a inches, centimeters kind of
A
rule,
measure.
like a
Yep.
measuring stick. And I think he would argue that if you're a business and you're trying to make long-term planning, you're using money as a ruler, as a measuring stick to make economic plans into the future. And I think his argument would be that if all of a sudden there was this other use for money, then the demand for that money would increase for something that was not money, and that would distort the measuring stick that you were using to make plans. Does that make sense or no?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Like again, that's why I was, I guess, trying to talk about like in practice, like in actuality, in a market economy where human beings with imperfect knowledge are acting and doing stuff, whether or not they're acting on what is actually true or just what they perceive to be true. Like those distortions will happen, and I would agree with that. Yes, I was just the abstract step back from that. I was like, nothing inherent about that is not like that relation isn't inherent. If But you could create it in your life if how you're acting and how you're deciding, make your decision making process. um, which again, that's like the whole entire BIP-110 thing is like, how did you come to decide what software you're going to run. Like there is a lot of distortion going on in people's brains that they're trying to process and work through. And like I empathize with that, because I mean, I literally took most of the year trying to cut through, steelman both sides of everything. Like, what am I missing? Like, what there? It can't be this like, you know, one-sided. Yeah, like I really, really struggled trying to steelman. And normally when you try to steelman both sides, you can actually come up with a pretty good steelman for each side and actually have them clash. Um, but this was a very odd curveball, knuckleball issue, because there's really not a very good steelman against BIP-110. So it's like, I don't know. It made me
Yeah,
feel uncomfortable.
yeah. I did the same thing. And if I'm going to steelman the argument against BIP-110, it would be that BIP-110 cannot prove that it will reduce the amount of spam. And I think I have to grant that. I think it's likely that BIP-110 will have a significant reduction on the amount of spam, but I'm not willing to say that I know it is for sure. But the straw man associated with that steel man is to assume that that's the only purpose of BIP-110. Mm, In my opinion, if I can get op-if of the Taproot opcodes, that's going to be a win for me, regardless of what happens to spam. It happens to be that the op-if opcode is the primary mechanism for spam. Their argument would be like, oh, there's other mechanisms. I'm fine with that. Just removing op-if is a win for me, because if you look at this from a computer science perspective, in my opinion, the scripting language, the op-if use case to introduce spam is a hack. I mean, you're literally starting your script with if true equals false, then continue. And then in the continue bit, there's a bunch of stuff that means absolutely nothing to anything, because the script interpreter is going to stop at if true equals false. True never equals false. Therefore, it doesn't have to interpret the rest of the stuff. Yet, all of the nodes, all of the UTXO sets, everybody has to process this stuff. Everybody has to store this stuff forever, and not just now. Everybody has to store what happens after if true equals false forever. That is how op-if is used in Taproot. And there, it doesn't take a computer science genius to see that, like, no, that's a freaking hack, man. I mean, that it's not a security level vulnerability as SQL injection, where you try to like inject crazy stuff into other people's databases, but it's in the same family. You're trying to disguise a one form of data as a different form of data. The form of data they're trying to insert is, you know, arbitrary data, JPEGs or whatever data. They're trying to insert that into a system who is looking for code language. They've managed to find a way to trick the script engine that's looking for opcode language into somehow overlooking this other stuff they're sending into the system with the if true equals false state clause or whatever in the beginning of the sentence. To me, that is just a hack. I mean, that is just, it's gross, it's disgusting. It's 12% of all bytes submitted to the blockchain. 12% of all bytes submitted to the blockchain are of a sentence that started with if true equals false, read the rest of this sentence. It almost doesn't even matter that that's spam. Like that is just, it's just inelegant. It's inefficient. It's so maybe I'm introducing kind of like an artist view of script language or computer science or stuff, but That stuff just needs to go for me, no matter what. If we get rid of that, will there will they find some other ways to introduce spam? I don't know. I'm not saying I can predict the future on that, but that's not a reason that op-if has to go. Op-if just has to go. And so I just think BIP-110 is a better set of consensus rules in that sense. I'm new to this, so I'm going to try to approve some requests here. Oh, Tidwell, what's up, man? If you want to speak, go ahead. Or anybody else?
Yeah, I would just say on top of that, even if it doesn't significantly reduce the amount of spam as we're seeing it today, I think there is a significant advantage to, kind of presenting a hard target to saying, look, okay, this is going on right now, but we're going to, Bitcoiners are going to react to prevent the protocol from being used to attack the protocol. So if you want to come over here to do this, you probably want to think twice about doing that. I think it kind of goes back to Vitalik saying he didn't want to build on Bitcoin because he was scared the devs were going to rug him. Basically, we're going to pull his work out from underneath him. I think there's huge value to that, and unfortunately, that's not really measurable. So it's tough to point to that and say, "Oh, look at all this stuff we prevented." But I do think it's valuable.
Yeah, so we got Michael Tidwell in here, who's the person who organized the TabConf in Atlanta, which is like the premium dev conference. So yeah, what's up, Michael?
Yo, guys, what's up? I want to give some background on myself about BIP-110 because I assume that's what the topic is that y'all are just discussing, yeah?
Well, we started off in like a deep Aristotelian concept of money and just like the purpose of money. But yeah, obviously BIP-110 is one of the primary topics.
So there's only really one thing with BIP-110 that I don't like, which is, I would say minor but significant, which is the 128 tap leaf maximum. Granted that you do something that is a anti-pattern, which is everything's a dense tree, so it's not really 128, but it's probably more like, I don't know, something like 20 something leaves, given a normal sort of distribution of a long tree. But other than that, I really like the idea that BIP-110ers have sort of realized relay policy isn't going to get them what they wanted. So a fork, a soft fork is sort of like the actual solution here to sort of counter spam sort of ideas. So I think they correctly are doing that. And I like the philosophy of fighting for something that you believe in. But besides the one little technical caveat, I don't really have much issue at all with BIP-110 and wouldn't even mind that it gets activated. To be quite honest, I don't think it really affects me negatively, right? And that's the thing I care most about. Does it affect me negatively? And I think like there might be some weirdness, right? Where there might be some idea of we thought core was centralized and then it becomes like very centralized with a new group or something, like maybe something, or maybe core is still around, but now they're building off of like a BIP-110 implementation. I think, whatever. But all I'm trying to say is the one thing that's kind of driving me bonkers about people who support BIP-110, I would love if Neil could chime in on this. I see BIP-110's in your profile, and I know we follow each other. I mean, I'm at the point where everyone in BIP-110 has like blocked me in terms of like the big names.
You
And
trying to say
the
I'm not a
thing
big
that's driving
name?
me bonkers that has me blocked recently. Sorry, I don't want to steal the space if
No,
this isn't where you want to
no,
take
no.
it.
I was just joking around. I would never block you, man. I think your comments are awesome.
Oh, okay. Well, one thing is, here's the deal. I like, to some degree, I don't actually agree with the BIP's motivation. I think the BIP is actually terrible. But I think the spirit of the BIP, as long as you don't actually read the BIP itself, is good. Like in terms of like people wanting spam to not be on chain, I think that's a great fucking motivation. But the fucking BIP motivation is terrible. No offense to anyone who likes the literature of the BIP. It's worded terribly. It's amateur hour the way it's worded for the motivation piece section of the BIP itself. But with that being said, I don't think that's important because everyone knows this is the stop spam. which is the important part. And the thing that's driving me bonkers, and I know I'm like circling around this, I just am trying to be methodical because I don't want to piss off anyone who supports BIP-110 because I care about this. Thing that's driving me bonkers is people that seem to feel like it's inevitable that BIP-110 will activate via soft fork. Granted, there's only like a couple days left to get signaling at 55%. And I just feel like if you think that that's going to happen, it's super wishful thinking. And I'm not even trying to be mean right now. It's just like, it's a trend. If the trend isn't trending the way you think and you only have a couple days left, okay, like, probably not going to happen. And the fact that I say that and I get blocked makes me just really have a bad taste in my mouth to most of the big names for BIP-110. And I'm just thinking like, look, shit needs to be going up and to the right, closer to 55%. If I go to BIP-110 run, as like my sort of source of truth to get a quick, kind of glance at what's going on, it's like 2 to 3%. It's hovering around there. I mean, it's like, okay. So then the next question is about this proof of work change, and then it's just the conversation shuts down and you get blocked. It's very annoying, and I don't get it, and I don't understand the fervor around it. And I would love for someone to explain it to me.
Yeah, I'm not I'm probably not the guy to represent the mainstream BIP-110 movement because like I said before, my issues are more code related and technical related. I don't know about the spam issue. I think it might help reduce spam. I'm not sure about it. I think the CSAM argument is reasonable, but I don't think that's not my main motivation. I agree with you. The motivation, how the BIP-110 is worded, would not be the motivation I picked. And I also agree with you that it's not looking good for the soft fork. I mean, crazy things can happen last second with miners for sure. But I've
100%
yeah,
not a non-zero chance. I'll put it that way. But it
yeah,
doesn't. The closer we get to the date, the closer we get to the block height, the less likely it seems. And the fact that it seems like a lot of really hardcore BIP-110ers aren't acknowledging that, or they block me when I like try to have that conversation. It really seems like delusional, wishful thinking. And I don't know if you kind of need that for it to work. Like you sort of like need to believe it that hard for it to work at this point. But I just feel like it's like, guys, like, look, just because it's not going to work doesn't mean your ideas are bad. It just means like, dude, you have to also be like based in reality. Like it's very like
yeah.
complicated. Like why I can't have this it's really confusing to me why I can't have this conversation with people, and I just get blocked when we start having these conversations. And it's very like, how the fuck are you not going to be in an echo chamber when your biggest critics are being blocked? So it's like, I actually feel like there's probably many BIP-110ers that are like super reasonable, but the big names are it's very culty. It's a very culty feel, and I want someone who represents the ideals of 110 to tell me, where am I going wrong with this? Why are they right and I'm wrong? I want to hear that opinion.
Well, I won't claim to represent 110, but I would just ask, what are you like? The point of the UASF is to take it until all the way to the end, right? Regardless of whether we've got minor signaling at this point or not. So what's the, I guess, what's the advantage of engaging in a conversation about, you don't have it right now. So what does that mean? You should just stop running the soft fork?
No, I just think it's something where if you're a few days away and you're making tweets as if it's inevitable and we're just going to have this thing in our back pocket just in case in the unlikely scenario we don't reach 55%, I think it's kind of like silly. I just think it's like, who can take that kind of tweet serious? Who can take that sort of sentiment serious? And it seems very like it's such wishful thinking that it seems like cult vibes. And I'm not saying Bitcoin isn't a cult. I'm not saying like these things aren't how you get things done, but I'm just saying from an outsider who is sort of not really emotionally attached to BIP-110, it seems very bad. And that's all I'm trying to get at. And I would say that if you started seeing a trend where, first off, good ideas don't have to be forced, in my opinion. If the idea is good, hypothetically, you would see linear sort of, adoption and all that kind of stuff. And you can even argue SegWit at this point in time, equivalently to its, D-Day, equivalent, was at like 90+% adoption. And that was super controversial, but it was at 90+% signaling just a few days before it activated. So if we don't have any like good precedent of how does this work historically, like we don't have an example of this being normal, and we're having people talk about it as if it's normal. And I just want to like point that out, and then I get blocked.
Yeah, I think I overall agree with you that it is a little ridiculous with when people say it's an absolute or overconfident that it's going to win the soft fork. It's not looking like that right now. But Neil, did you want to jump in here?
Yeah, I mean, I just, I can speak for myself and why I don't think that it's irrational, or, like, I'm dealing with reality. Um, I'm just a sovereign acting on my own interest on a network that's, for the first time, maximally decentralized governance. So, like, no, like, you were right to say there's no precedent, and there's no precedent for any of this shit. So I don't think anybody can read anything into the future. Like, I don't know what's going to happen in the future, and my lack of knowledge of how this thing turns out shouldn't have anything to do with my decisions of what I'm going to do today. Why I'm running BIP-110, it doesn't have anything to do because I'm predicting the future. I'm literally looking at two sets of protocol rules and saying which one is better for me. All right. And then which one makes Bitcoin stronger for my needs. And so my only real disagreement with what you're saying is when you said surely it would be a linear thing, and I don't think there's any valid argument that that is true. you know uh, it doesn't look good, but again, like, in this decentralized governance, as we get closer and closer to activation height, you know like, it's compressing everyone's incentives. So, when we say forced, it's like, I mean, we have to accept that there is an asymmetry between tightening and expanding rule sets. Like, that's no one. That's just the way it works. So it's like, it really does come down to who's actually wants to oppose something, who doesn't really care. Like, and again, like, Nakamoto consensus is, it's expressed through action on the network. It doesn't matter what we're saying on Twitter. It doesn't matter what we're screaming about. Like, it's just literally what software you're running. So it's like, I don't know, it's just we're all figuring this out, and we think we understand something, and we all have blind spots, and it's just like, that's why I'm not stressed. I'm not worried. I want to see how this thing turns out. But the reason I think that it has a chance to do it is because it's like, when I try to put on my hat and pretend like, okay, let's say I'm a miner, what's my reason to not mine the 110 chain? And if I'm a rational, not coerced miner, I really can't come up with a reason not to. So, maybe they're going to act irrationally. Maybe they have guns to their head. I don't know these things. Those would be reasons that they wouldn't do something. They're not honest actors or whatever. Like, I don't. There's lots of possibilities of why this thing would fail. But it's just, quite frankly, I don't. That just doesn't enter my decision making process for how I'm going to act as a sovereign. If I'm sticking my finger up into the wind saying, oh, well, where's it blowing today? Right? I've just outsourced my agency to, the trends of everybody else, of all the people. It's like, if I'm being inactive, I'm just outsourcing my agency to the people who are actually in action. And as a sovereign, as a Bitcoiner, like that's just not going to do it. You know, if we're all just playing tribal politics, Bitcoin's fucked. It's done. It's going to just be another, just stupid, corrupted, system of governance. Like, and I really hope that that's not the case, because I think this is our chance to actually, to decentralize governance. I think that's really cool. But I don't know if that answers kind of your question
I want to
specifically.
respond. I would like to respond, Neil. So like the precedent here is SegWit, in my opinion. That is the closest thing we have to precedent. Now, it's not obviously perfectly what BIP-110 is doing, and I don't think anything ever will be like BIP-110. And it is unique in its own respect. But we do have precedent of what it looks like to get a soft fork adopted, and that is what I'm going off of here. And what we are seeing here is not a soft fork that is going to be adopted. And I would say, with these soft forks, in my opinion, you get a gradually then suddenly kind of thing. So you do eventually get that parabolic sort of adoption, but you first need the gradually, right? And we haven't hit the gradually yet, in my opinion. We just have this core group of people who are passionate that don't seem to be gaining traction outside of that core group, and the type of language and the type of hostility and blocking doesn't help when people that are trying to branch out and gain a wider sort of audience here. And I think I think you said something that's correct, but the wrong framing. So you said, like, you don't know a reason why a miner wouldn't mine like a BIP-110 compliant blocks, and I think that's fine to think that, and I would say you're correct, but that's the wrong framing, because just because we're getting towards a compressed timeline and more pressure to adopt these things, that's still not a threat until you get into the 30s and 40s, and it becomes this thing where it's like, oh God, I have to do this or else I'm screwed. I know I'm getting thumbs down here, and you can disagree with this, but it doesn't matter about your thumbs
Well,
down.
I think.
Miners that don't. Oh, sorry, go for it.
Sorry, if I just jump in. I think I agree with you on most things. I think the disconnect might be that, in my sense, like the BIP-110ers, they don't really care what
But that
what.
doesn't matter, right? I think that's fine, and it doesn't hurt them. See, here's the thing: BIP-110ers are not going to rug themselves with the soft fork. They, if we end up hard forking and they sell one side of the fork, that's another story. We don't have to go there. But for the soft fork specifically is the context, which I think the soft fork is doomed. It's dead on arrival in a couple days from now. But the fact that people are still holding on as if the soft fork has a good chance is the part where I'm like, why are you thinking this? This is a very weird sort of thought. Now, if you're right, that's going to be a crazy amazing for y'all. That's
Yeah,
going to be amazing.
I
But
agree, but
how
that's
can
not
you
what.
possibly think that this is going to happen given the historical how other soft forks have been granted? Now, also the low threshold at 55 I think is very clever, because it makes it where the pressure point now is around the 30s and 40s instead of like 50, 60, 70. I think because normally a soft fork's at 90, 95%, but the soft fork here is at 55%, which I think is a very clever sort of idea when you know something's going to be contentious, right? But you don't want to lose, because you obviously at 55%, miners are going to be so pressured that they don't want to fuck up here and mine blocks on a bad chain. So I mean, I get the whole thing, but if you're not even halfway to the 55%, the pressure to be put on complacent miners that don't actually want to support this and don't actually care, it's not there.
Yeah, I think you've
And
made a
just
good
because there's
point
not a
there.
reason for them not to mine it doesn't mean that the miners care enough to even fucking care. They're just going to follow, what they think the economy wants, and it's clear to me that they don't think the economic economy is there for the BIP-110 stuff. Now,
Yeah,
they could be wrong, but I mean, miners are self-interested. They want to make the most money possible.
sure. Yeah, I think you make a good point there. There's no clear reason that BIP-110 should expect to win the soft fork. I'm not sure that BIP-110ers really care if they win the soft fork that much anymore, even though I still think there's hope there. What do you think, Brad?
Well, I mean, you got to kind of talk about one point at a time. you have to talk about the concept of what is a user-activated soft fork. Do you want to have 6 block template producers running the network? The mining pools are buying hash, and the hashers, the guys with the actual machines, are selling that. You got 20% of the network that does not feel we have consensus on certain things. This is a 1-year reduction of certain rules that allows us to achieve a better consensus. You're basically putting a pause on any new developments on Bitcoin until we could reach a better consensus. And this idea that, well, it doesn't have miner support, it's a user-activated soft fork. The users are not asking the miners for approval. We're asking the miners if they're ready. And the fight, and you really can't judge anything of this whole soft fork until that block, until that first, when the bell rings and a punch gets thrown, is what's going to happen. And I know earlier you were talking about the whole Aristotle kind of philosophical thing. Is you look through human history, usually about 5% of very passionate people drive history. So if 20% of really passionate people want to steer Bitcoin, and this is not an upgrade. This is not new features. This is a reduction to slow down attack vectors. And I'm not a technical person, but this is just how I do it. I've seen 3 years of dancing wizards and people putting honestly offensive material, on Bitcoin, where they're calling out, they're saying BIP-110ers are retarded, and all these other things, and this idea that, well, I'll go ahead and speak.
Well, I just want to say I don't want to take this in the wrong direction, because the motivation to stop spam is just and right, in my opinion. I think that that's not actually what I care about debating, because I think we agree on that. That's not like the topic here. The topic is, UASF has never been tested to reject a block. This is all theory. UASF has always been a threat. The game theory has never played out in actuality, but it's always been a threat. And that's arguably what helps SegWit get across the line. We haven't seen it yet in the wild, besides it just being a threat. So all I'm trying to say is I don't think we're naturally going to get to the 55% signaling activation in the next couple of days. Now, if you want to debate a different point, we can, but that's the thing specifically I'm confused about. The fact that people seem so sure that we're going to get to the 55% activation naturally. And I just disagree that anyone can feel comfortable with that idea. Yeah, go for it, Brad.
Well, the only thing I can say about that, it goes back to it's a fight until a punch is thrown. This idea is it goes. I don't think that the mining pools could take a bit of pressure. I think if one mining pool flips, again, all they have to do is do a slight change in their template where they flip the bid, as it's called, and simply mine as normal. They're going to be mining as normal. So it's not that much of a change. What the user activated soft fork is kind of doing, it's pitting the miners against the miners. We're setting ANT pool against Foundry. We're sending Binance pool versus BTC.com pool. And I almost suspect if Bitcoin, if 110 does go through, which I do, I think everybody's going to accuse us of finding an exploit with this user activated soft fork.
Oh, sorry. I saw you unmuted. Go for it, host.
No, you can go ahead. I just wanted to kind of, I think you bring up a good point about, BIP-110ers being overconfident about this 55% happening. Like, that's a good point. I would just kind of say, I don't think that's kind of like the main topic of this chat. I just think it's kind of a good topic, but go ahead.
Brad, you I appreciate passionate people like you. I just want to say that first off. Bitcoin needs passionate people that are willing to fight. I think we also need to be based in reality that we are testing multiple game theories out right now. A user activated soft fork that actually happens, I would be vastly interested in seeing how that plays out. I don't think we're going to get to the 55%, but I want to ask you a question. Okay, so if there is a secret mining pool that would be potentially warm to kick this thing off, which is what we would actually need, right? We would need like one mining pool, and then it would domino and snowball, right? That's the idea over the next few days. And this thing could potentially snowball very quickly. And I am acknowledging that there is a chance that this can happen. But if my question is, why would a mining pool to kick this off wait so long? Why would a bunch of big miners be waiting for the first one to kick off? And I know you're saying there's no reason for them not to, but why would they potentially be waiting? And this is me just asking this question because I don't know. Like, I think at this point, if they haven't signaled yet, that's a clear indication that they're uninterested until someone forces their hand and makes them scared that they need to. So that's my question to you.
I think the answer to that is that they're not signaling support. We're asking them to signal if they're ready. And honestly, I think it's a poker game. I don't think anybody wants to show their cards until the flop happens, and the flop happens on Saturday. Again, that's just I know it sounds crazy, but I don't think until you have to make a choice, because I don't know if even the miners know. And just on a side note, I think sometimes we think the miners, like, we look at Foundry like it's just this one unified block where there's not people that send hash to Foundry aren't going to be getting nervous on Saturday and maybe make a phone call and be like, okay, look, just flip it, So that you don't know. But
real quick to the host, I don't know if Portland's trying to get up on stage, but he's doing the wave emoji. I don't know if he wants.
All right. Well, I've said my piece.
Well, I mean,
Brad.
I'll let Portland Huddle. I'll invite him to the stage here, but I just want to keep this conversation from being dominated by whether this conversation is about BIP-110ers being sure that this is going to win the soft fork, because I don't think that's the primary conversation. To me, in my opinion, BIP-110ers are hoping that the soft fork happens. They're kind of like athletes on a field playing a game, trying to win a game, and the conversation about why are you sure it's going to win is kind of like the athlete on the field is going to be like, look, I'm just playing the game. I'm just trying to win. I'm not going to spend time answering the question why I think I'm going to win when I'm just trying to win. So it's kind of like maybe a tactic by the other side to try to keep you from focusing on what you're doing. And that's why I think, I'm in private chats with Luke and Mechanic and all that stuff. And I can tell you that, like, it doesn't, like, they think BIP-110 is going to win either by soft fork or hard fork, and predicting whether it's going to win the soft fork is never a discussion. It's kind of irrelevant in a way. But I'll add Portland here.
So simple.
Yeah.
Let me give myself an out for not being an asshole when it comes to questioning the athlete on the field.
Okay.
Because I wasn't asking this question 2 and 3 weeks ago. I'm asking this question a few days before it's like the USA team being down 4-0 in overtime, and there's 2 minutes left in the World Cup. It's like we're fucked. It's not like, and I'm asking a passive fan like, hey, what do you think? And he's like, dude, USA is fucked. We're not going to beat Belgium or whoever we're playing. Like, what I'm trying to get at is I didn't ask this question in the first half. I didn't ask this question at halftime. I didn't ask this question with 20 minutes to go. I'm asking this question with fucking 2.5 days left or whatever it is. I don't feel like that's me being a dick. Even
but you're not asking
athletes
you're not asking the question to fans. You're asking the question to the athletes, and they're not going to answer you until the game's over.
Sure, but even Tim Duncan knows when he's fucked against Miami Heat in the finals and he slaps the ground and he's an athlete, he knows that they're fucked.
But you think he'd answer you?
Well, it
as a fan?
doesn't really. I mean, first off, we're talking about a very 7 foot tall guy that I would not be asking him that question. That'd be very scary.
Okay, fair.
But over Twitter, it's a lot more reasonable. And
But it's just
I think we're all on the same team
Yeah.
here. That's the other thing. We're all on team Bitcoin here.
Yeah.
And if you subscribe to the idea of the soft fork, you're not actually going to fork off. You only fork off when it becomes that hard fork that potentially happens afterwards. But I don't want to go there because if we can't even get through phase 1, why even get to phase 2, which is what happens during the hard fork, if we can't even establish what's going to happen with the soft fork? So I think it's a waste of time going one step further. And
what? It's a waste of time doing the hard fork?
well, no. If you can't have a conversation with like, hey, I think the software is going to fail, then why even talk about the backup plan? Is what I'm trying to say.
It's just I don't think
just
the
real quick.
speculation. Yeah, go for it.
I just want to point, like, my issue with the analogy of the sports games is that, like, this is decentralized governance. I reject entirely this idea of precedence. Like, oh, we can look back at the past to see what's going to, like, this game is new. There's no other game in the world like this. So when I say I don't read anything into the past action, like, we're doing this thing live. Like, so that's why I don't think you can say, well, Tim Duncan knows he's fucked. It's like, well, yeah, he's playing basketball. He's playing a different game. It's not decentralized governance. It has a very, very set, formal set of rules, and the players understand those rules, and it's a very tight bound game. And this is just not that. I don't think that analogy fits at all. So that's my only thing to that analogy.
Portland, one sec. Let me respond, and then I'll pass it to you, Portland.
Yeah, that's fine.
Neil, I think that's totally fair. First off, analogies are leaky and sometimes a distraction. I agree with you. I just want to say the one thing, especially coming from Brad, that I was listening to, is Brad is ready to UASF, like for real, which means we are hitting new territory. So in that aspect, Neil, you are correct. If you have the same opinions as Brad, UASF is the nuclear option that has not been tested that I am super interested in. And guess what? If BIP-110 ends up UASFing and holding the title of Bitcoin, holy shit, kudos to you guys. And guess what? I don't care that I was wrong about any of this because I'm still going to be using Bitcoin, right? Which is going to be whatever it ends up being.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to say is this is the new game, right? Neil, if you want to talk about like a new sort of frontier, a new greenfield of experimentation, this is what it is. It's the UASF actually activating and rejecting blocks, which has never been done. So I'm interested to see what happens if we get there. I do think we are going to get there, but I'll pass it to Portland.
Hey, thanks for having me up. So for anybody in the audience, I used to work for Mara, still in very close contact with them. And they have not put in any effort and don't plan to put in any effort towards the version bit flip on, looks like Saturday around 1 p.m. my time. So I'm just throwing it out there. Like, I think there are many other pools that are also kind of in the same area. And so maybe that's a little bit alpha that could be used to like model better, like the odds or like which pools might fork off and have to deal with these things at the last minute.
Yeah, that's some good perspective. Yeah, thanks.
No, like I'm serious. They haven't done anything, and they have no polls open or anything to basically update the pool for BIP-110 currently, with no intent to. I think they're basically what I'm hinting at is like there's like no credibility to BIP-110 at Mara right now being a threat of activating and potentially causing a disruption to their service.
Okay. Portland, by the way, weren't you kind of the first one to introduce BIP-110, the consensus
I was,
change?
yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, mine was a much different, like it's along the same lines, but it was just a simple one sentence limit script pub keys to 520 bytes. That was because still to this day, I kind of don't think we need them, but also it kind of made op return get capped. So that was my fun little idea.
Do you think if so my opinion on how this is going to go, if I had to guess right now, would be that BIP-110 might not win the soft fork, this 55% activation, something very interesting might happen
Well,
afterwards with the UASF. Just let me finish here. May turn into this very interesting experiment that Tidwell is talking about, where a real UASF happens, may turn into a hard fork. But one of the outcomes that I see as a possibility is that Core realizes that they do actually need the support of the plebs for the long term. Like they can't just live off the support of the miners and the spammers and the VC guys forever. Like they do actually need the kind of like grassroots base. And so they kind of, after this, no matter what happens, they kind of go in the direction of, okay, now let's actually admit that there is a mistake in Taproot. And maybe like your first suggestion of limiting the script size like that. And, do you think there's any chance that Core might make that turn no matter what happens? Or do you think they're going to go like full in the opposite direction with just blowing out everything and just introducing as million use cases as they can after this?
I don't think they're introducing new use cases, nor are they quote unquote like blowing anything out. I don't expect them to, in terms of consensus rules, to change anything meaningful. Like, because consensus truly at the end of the day is just the will of the participants of the network broadly. And Bitcoin Core, like, unless there is broad support for something, has not really, in terms of consensus, not policy. Op return was policy. They haven't pushed that. Taproot was an example of that. Like basically, it took quite a long time to figure out like, okay, how are we going to activate Taproot? But by the time we got to the point where the activation was like, okay, like we're going to activate it, there was so much consensus around Taproot. I was watching Taproot.watch. All the miners were ready to signal, and it got passed through very quickly because there was consensus. I do not believe Bitcoin Core will be ready to push consensus updates unless there is a movement underneath hitting support levels of 70, 80, 90%. There's no reason to create contention in the network unless it is an emergency. An example I think I could use as well is BIP-54. So BIP-54 is not even close to getting ready to activate or even finding consensus. But there are quite a few pools right now starting to implement the rules to BIP-54, which are that you need to have an n-lock time in your blocks of the current block height -1, and your in-sequence value must be something other than all Fs. And this stops 4 different types of like attacks. And I apologize, 40% of hash rate is signaling for this by number of blocks produced. So 40% of the miners are already signaling for BIP-54. There hasn't been discussed how going to act it in Bitcoin Core right now. So it's just nothing's going to happen until there's broad consensus. And finding that is incredibly difficult, as we've seen with BIP-110. BIP-54 has taken years to start getting any momentum, and it's kind of just starting to accelerate a little, but there's a long road ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Did you want to say something, Brad?
Yeah, this is a straight pleb opinion. I know that Portland Holt is a very well-known, very technical guy, and a lot smarter than me in some of this stuff. But I'm just going.
I'm kind of retarded.
Well, no, you're not, obviously. But I'm going to pick at you with the Mara thing. I mean, you just had your CEO on Natalie Burnett say that Bitcoin has failed as a medium exchange. That they see, they possibly see a pivot to AI, and he called Bitcoin a data availability layer. So I don't really take Mara with their small percentage, seriously. They could easily just have to flip the bit if they're still mining non-compliant, whatever, not mining for BIP-110. That's all. I just want to poke at you a little bit with the Mara thing.
Yeah, that's fine. I would be surprised. Did you interpret that Fred said that Bitcoin is just a data availability layer by his words, or did he actually state, like with quotes, that Bitcoin is a data availability layer? I'd be surprised if he made a statement like that.
I believe yes, I believe he did, and then another one of the women, I don't remember her name. She's also an employee of Mara. Have retweeted the
Isabel Duke Fox. Probably.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. As many things of a data availability letter. And for me, I'm like, okay, well that scares me. And it's a pleb opinion, but this is what you're dealing with. This is,
yeah. But like, I think the conundrum though is like, as bad as it is, as the pleb who sees this kind of behavior, which I would disagree if Fred truly said it was a data availability layer, because it's not. But with that said, that they have the hash rate under their control. They can decide what to do with Bitcoin, as long as they're willing to accept the risk of, like, potentially, like, let's say 110 is the main chain and they're not signaling, they're going to lose blocks, right? They're going to get punished for that. But with that stated, like, yeah, I'm just pointing out, like, they make their decisions as an entity. Foundry will make their decision, other pools will make their decisions, and I see and feel a lack of preparation by pools for BIP-110 activating.
That's fair. Oh. Go ahead, Michael.
Portland, finish. Sorry, I thought you were done.
I kind of like also wanted to explore, what does it look like to, like, what happens if BIP-110 doesn't fail? Like, or sorry, what happens if it does fail? I apologize. Like, is there going to be like enough conviction to hard fork? Will there be like mining on the chain slowly, or like, because hard forking would be the true fire the miners. You'd be getting rid of entities like Mara.
I mean, yeah, the whole point is what Brad is ready to fight for what he believes. Airdrop here, or a fork where Brad's going to have 2 sets of Bitcoin, and then the real sort of like put your money where your mouth is after this. So if we want to go to phase 2, where there will be a hard fork because the soft fork won't activate, then we're getting to the point now where you'll have old BTC and new BTC, BIP-110 BTC. Yep. And then you're going to then have the same dilemma that people had when Bitcoin Cash came out, and you're going to need to put your money where your mouth is, or hodl both sides and not risk it. So I would highly suggest to BIP-110ers to not risk it. I would not sell the BTC side, because I care about you and love you all very much. And this is not me trying to fucking dunk on you right now. I don't think it's a good idea to fucking be on the more risky side of this thing. If you truly believe in BIP-110, just hodl your BIP-110 coins. Don't sell the other side. That's probably going to win, in my opinion, because I care about y'all, because you have been in this space enough to be rich. And I don't want you to be picking your philosophy over being rich. It's nice when you can have your philosophy and be rich, but if you can only have one, fucking pick being rich, because when you're rich, you can then influence the world in a much more better capacity than you are when you're poor. So, Portland,
Steelmanning that. What if you are a 110er and you believe Bitcoin's truly failed at that point? Like, Bitcoin does not represent your interests or what you signed up for.
I still stand by it. Pick being rich, because if you're rich, you can be easily more self-sovereign and influence the world as you see fit. It's harder, in my opinion, to influence the world when you are looking for your next meal.
Yeah, well, I don't disagree with that statement, but I'm just saying, like, some people may literally just morally be opposed. It might be their reason to exit Bitcoin. I signed up for this peer-to-peer money, and I got JPEGs on chain in a low fee market. So I will just sell my Bitcoin and then maybe pivot into AI. And remember, according to the viewpoint,
here's the thing. That's different. It's different, Portland. If they pivot into AI or stocks, or
they get to keep their 110 coins too, though.
That's different.
No.
That's
different. Okay, sorry.
I'm talking about a situation where they go all in on like sell all their BTC coins to go all in on BIP-110 coins. That's what I'm
taking the perspective of a 110er. That's like what I would feel if
I'm not sure you guys have a good perspective of the 110ers.
Okay.
I don't know of a 110er that has, I mean, the serious 110ers, kind of like the people that have been in this a lot, that had any intention of selling the legacy chain coin if they go on a different path. I mean, we're experts here. I mean, Lucas was in here way before you guys. I was in here way before you guys. Okay, we've been in this game for a long time. We understand how to evaluate chains for their worth based on their opcodes and their hash functions and the millions of variables that go into this. There's no way that BIP-110 10 on a new chain, whether that's a soft fork that's competing or whether that's a hard fork, is going to be immediately worth more than the legacy chain with worse off codes but better in a lot of other things. So it's like, I think you guys are kind of, I mean, I don't think you're doing this intentionally. I just don't think you're really kind of know that the kind of deeper BIP-110 stuff as well as I do. Um, I'm evaluating cryptocurrency because cryptocurrency is going to kill fiat. That is my main goal. We are taking two branches here, where we're taking a left flank and a right flank. Maybe these two flanks will kind of converge into one flank, and BIP-110 will win a soft fork or win some crazy UASF thing for the soft fork. I don't know. Maybe it'll turn into two hard forks. I don't know. But like, this is just one movement that's trying to destroy fiat money. And there's no way that like a serious OG crypto person that's into BIP-110 is going to like think that the chain with the most hash is not still a serious or like the best way to kill fiat money just because you think the opcos are so superior on this new chain that doesn't have as much hash. I just don't think that's a serious thought, and I don't know anybody that has that thought.
I think there's examples of this. I think Jason Hughes of Ocean stated that he sold his Bitcoin at one point. Luke Dash Jr. said Bitcoin is dead if BIP-110 doesn't activate. Mechanic also similar statements about like Bitcoin's done for. They stating I don't know what
you have to so have you really researched how they use the word Bitcoin? So like you have to really research how they use the word Bitcoin in a very strategic sense. So Luke would never sell legacy chain coin, but he would never call that legacy chain Bitcoin. So to Luke, anyone who's not running knots is not running Bitcoin.
Yes,
He uses that very strategically. So whenever you analyze a statement that Luke makes, you have to understand the strategy that he's going for, and not using that word to give the other side any credibility. And if like you analyze it in that context, like his statements usually make sense.
I usually just add according to Luke at the end, which Luke represents knots. It's effective enough.
All right. Who else wants to jump in here? Brad or Neil?
Yeah, I mean, if no one else, I just got a kind of a question since Portland's in here. You know, it's like I'm curious. Like, what is your dog in this fight as like a sovereign Bitcoiner? Like, if you looked back at your last 5 or 10 transactions that you made on the network and like why you did it, like your reasons why, like what does Bitcoin do to you? Like, what does 110 do to you? Like, that hurts your reasons for why you participate on the net, like how you transact on the network. If that makes sense.
Yeah. So basically, like the most important thing for me in Bitcoin is that the money function as one, a hedge against inflation. That means coin cap. 2, the consensus rules of Bitcoin enforce that coin cap. 3, I must be able to move my coins permissionlessly. That's why I'm in Bitcoin. There's going to be a certain amount and I can move them around. Great. And they're secure. What BIP-110, the problem I have with it is that there hasn't been good consensus forming. And what I mean by that is you have a minority of hash rate signaling right now. You have a minority of nodes also signaling. You got 20% of nodes, 2.3% of hash rate right now signaling. And I don't like the idea that the rules to my money, which I signed up for, and it's technically social consensus, so it moves, but it would demonstrate like a really fragile consensus system or consensus security measure. And that's why I have a problem with 110 in its current state. Like if 110 had a like 80% or even 70% signaling right now, like this would be a completely different conversation. But the fact that like you have this small of a proportion of individuals trying to change the rules of my money, that's insane. And if it's successful, that to me is also very concerning, because what happens in the future for other changes to my money? can they run the same playbook? Can they like get X angry at each other, get a movement going, and with a minority of signaling and node count, change my money for maybe another reason, like to censor me or something? That's my issue. It just shows brittle consensus at the end of the day.
Yeah, and so when I'm processing what you're saying, I agree 100% with the 3 Ys that you get, like the cap, the thing in the permissionlessness,
security,
yeah,
cap,
security.
and
So
permissionlessness.
those 3 things I'm totally agreeing with you on. And then what I hear you say after that is the how and the why, or the how and the what and the of decentralized governance. So for me, I don't that's kind of like a category error. It's like those 3 Ys are still BIP-110 protects those entirely. You still
110 does, sure.
Your issue is with decentralized governance, and then you're blaming that on 110, and that's why I'm not compelled by your argument. When I'm processing that for me, I can't cross those wires. The Ys stay on one side, and all the other accidents of decentralized governance, they stay on the other side of the table, and they don't mix. But the
decentralized governance is what defines the security of my money, right? Okay, think about let me give you another example. Let's move out of 110, the 8 rules, into there's a new group of people that want to ban pay to public key transactions or Satoshi's coins or something like that. I don't support kind of confiscation of money, but if a minority group can come out and go hey, okay, we got a campaign together, and then we were able to get the miners to dogpile in and change the rules to my money, it just, to me, is much more brittle than what I signed up for. I signed up for rules without rulers, and I don't want minorities ruling my money. I expect consensus to be in the historical sense of every other soft fork, where you hit 80-90% thresholds of agreements on what the rules are to the network.
Well, yeah, but and this is another sticking point with this whole word of consensus. It's when we're tightening the protocol bounds, those on the network, those are already they're already agreed upon. So that's the asymmetry that I don't think is, again, that's a crossing of the wires. We've all agreed to these parameters, and when you tighten the parameters, that's fine. And that idea
confiscation
that,
is tightening
this thing's
too.
going to harm me. Well, then that's when you URSF. That's when you take a proactive step and you say, no, you aren't going to harm me.
No, that's
I'm not going to take this.
That's exactly what my stance towards BIP-110 is. I'm not going to take that. I don't intend on taking it. I think I'm not going to have to even face this consequence, because I don't believe it's going to even be signaled for.
But would you agree, though, the node that you're running right now is not saying no? That.
No, it is not saying no to BIP-110, but the fact that I can't mine certain transactions that I've created before the date of BIP-110, a chain of pre-signs, it's it's confiscating my money for a year. I don't. That's not enjoyable. That's not the Bitcoin I signed up for. We got hands.
Who else wants to jump in here? Brad or whatever.
Go ahead.
I'll jump in real quick with a simple thing. I did post on the comments section Peter Thiel talking about the data layer, but there's a lot of subjects going on at once. I'll just have to comment on the last one. You're saying, these transactions are grandfathered in. It's not like you can't move stuff. But
they're only grandfathered in if the first UTXO is older than the date of enforcement. If you have a chain of pre-signs, then that rule breaks down. You have to wait until the year is up.
What transaction are you doing where it's
there's no such thing as that first UTXO. There are things that are on chain, and there are things that are off chain.
Okay, sorry.
There's you need to understand how the blockchain works. You're going to kind of claim a technical
it was a reference
here. Okay, so there are things that are on chain, and there are promises that people make off chain in their diaries, handwritten flowers or whatever. Those things are not on chain. Things that are not on chain are not part of consensus valid configured things. So BIP-110 does not freeze anything that is on chain, and it doesn't matter who you promise to and whispers about. things that you made that are off chain. Okay, can we make that clear?
That if that is your definition, that is fine. But I don't.
No, it's on chain or off chain. On chain or off chain. Are the things you're talking about on chain or off chain?
So does that to you? Okay, my rebuttal here would be, but it is off chain. But what about things like Lightning channel states? Those are off chain, correct?
Portland.
Okay.
Absolutely off chain.
Go.
Like, so we have to talk about on chain or off chain because, like, sorry, I'm just going to have to make a clear boundary here. Once you start talking about things like Lightning, things like, you know, oh, I promised this guy an address that he could send to in the future, or whatever, that's a promise that you made. You start getting into Pandora's box of trying to decide really weird shit that you can't draw a boundary between. The only boundary that you can draw is on chain or off chain. That's it.
I understand your definitions. I do not completely agree with them, though.
But you can't
Michael?
make a clear definition if you don't have that definition.
My definition of the transactions that should be valid are all transactions according to the consensus rules of Bitcoin, right? And the consensus rules of Bitcoin that I have today, I expect to be upheld in the future or a reasonable amount of time in the future. I don't necessarily agree that just because it's off chain or time locked away, that you should just discard it as like, oh, that's not Bitcoin.
But consensus continually changes. Like, what if I have a transaction for op mole? Like, what if I have a transaction that, like, so we've changed consensus a million times. So the direction that you're going in is saying that consensus can never change for anything ever again.
It should be very, oh, sorry.
No, but I mean, is that not true? I mean, if your statement is true, then I can make a transaction right now that is valid for every possible opcode that exists right now. And no matter if there is a like NSA security level hack to an opcode or like any reason that we have to remove an opcode, because you have constructed a transaction that you wish to send to your friend in the future, Bitcoin's not allowed to change. You cannot define, in my opinion, you cannot restrict Bitcoin's ability to remove things like op-mole or to like do things that it needs to do because you have a transaction that you promised to a friend in the future. Like that to me is an attack. Like that to me is like trying to freeze something that's bad.
Portland, can I respond here before you go in? Simple, Steve. This is a really, really good topic that I used to agree with you on until I got schooled when I brought this to very technical people at TabConf and other tech conferences and stuff. I would say it's a fallacy to think this way, only because of the things I've learned. And let me just really quickly just go in. Because of the way Bitcoin works inherently, there is a lot of things that you can pre-commit to that you wouldn't know about. And that is one of the main reasons why BIP-110, as far as I understand, and the people I've talked to, like Matt Hill and others, is why that it's temporary. Because in case this messes up and they really block out a bunch of stuff on-chain that needs to clear on-chain, the reason for this temporary stuff is to make sure that those transactions can then come back and then protest and be like, hey, we actually need a bunch of these to be cleared out. This can't be permanent.
How would that protest happen?
Sorry?
How would that protest happen?
You would have to reach out to Luke. You'd have to reach out to people, the miner.
You'd have to form consensus, right?
The Council of Bitcoin that gets.
Well, now you're defining consensus amongst the social thing.
Fork is going to be continued. You know, like the idea is you showed like, hey, I have legitimate transactions that are now blocked that had pre-commitments off chain, like, you know,
Lightning, I don't agree.
Stuff like this. Look, it's okay to not agree with me, but technically Portland is correct on this. And
no, he's not.
I have a way to resolve this very quickly.
I think I've proved that he's technically incorrect on this.
Look, I would say Luke Jr. also agrees with this sentiment, and that's why it's temporary, because he may make a mistake, and these mistakes can be fixed. That's why it's temporary, because you can let him know, like, I had this layer 2 idea that actually needs to be confirmed, and it's not BIP-110 compliant. This is the opportunity to get those things cleared out, after the fact while the spam is being cleared up. Otherwise, you could just make this permanent. You have to ask yourself, why is this temporary? Well, one of the main reasons is because it could be a mistake to accidentally block something.
So in my opinion, all introduced changes should be temporary from now on, and it has nothing to do with what you're talking about. Like if the mistakes of Taproot had been introduced as temporary, for example, op-if, which I think is a horrible mistake, like that should be how.
This is how Bitcoin works. This has nothing to do with Taproot. This is just how every Bitcoin.
I'm talking about you. I think you asked me why would we introduce something as temporary, right?
No. I'm not asking. I'm telling. I'm letting you know that's one of the main reasons this is temporary. In case something is wrong, you don't want to permanently block a legitimate use case that has a pre-commitment that needs to be cleared. That's now being blocked by something that needs, more space between limited or whatever it might be, because you have a chain of pre-commit transactions and like some weird esoteric layer 2. And when I bring this
so I don't agree.
People, I got a lot of pushback, and I learned a bunch of stuff on how people secure their coins arbitrarily in very obscure setups. And these Bitcoin core developers care about how their custom config is set up, and they want to make sure it's not going to be jeopardized. And that's why whenever you do a hard fork, you're potentially messing up these unknown pre-commitments that used to be consensus valid, which is a very weird situation. And I agree with you that it's
consensus valid doesn't depend on the future. Hostage. Consensus valid has to depend on what's on chain. I mean, like I understand your point.
That's what I'm trying to say is you can have a pre-commitment that is pre-committed to something that isn't on chain, that is still in the base on-chain commitment.
And address is a pre-commitment.
It's grandfathering in only one layer. It's not grandfathering in multiple layers of that UTXO. Only the one UTXO is grandfathered in, not all the subsequent UTXOs that are pre-committed to hypothetically. So if you have a layer 2 that pre-commits to other UTXOs, they're not grandfathered in. So you're in a really weird, sticky situation if you've developed something that then that used to be consensus valid, that is no longer. And that's the situation. And that's one of the main reasons I'm actually not, that's one of the things I like about BIP-110 is that it's temporary, by the way.
I think that's fair. Can I make a point? My point is that a lot of stuff has grown on layers, layer 2, layer 3, a lot of pre-commitments to a lot of layers, a lot of entanglement, a lot of paper Bitcoin, a lot of this kind of stuff. And you get a lot of this stuff that's not on chain where people say like, oh, I have all these pre-commitments. And the direction that I think this is going in is bad, because this is just going to get us into more and more pre-commitments for various layers of more elaborate stuff. And that is a bad direction, in my opinion. I think that direction needs to change. I think there needs to be less pre-commitments.
So what do you do to the person who decided to cold storage their Bitcoin in a really crazy pre-commitment thing? So what do you do?
I use pre-commitments to...
What did Satoshi do when he removed op-mol?
That was also very early in Bitcoin. You have to remember that these
we can't be in a position where we are beholden to the pre-commitments to make important changes to op.
I don't disagree with you. I'm letting you know how Bitcoin developers think about this. I'm not disagreeing with you. I agree with you.
And this is why a lot of people disagree with Bitcoin developers, is that like we have
Luke
very
Jr.
good.
is a Bitcoin developer, bro.
What's that?
Luke Jr. is a Bitcoin developer.
Yeah, and he has very different opinions than you do. Like everybody has different opinions.
Luke
here,
and
but
I agree on many, like almost nearly everything Luke says verbatim. I agree with. I don't actually know if there's anything verbatim if you convert the Lukeisms that I disagree with.
Yeah.
So I disagree with that sentiment, by the way. So this is something that I actually didn't even want to talk about. I'm just literally trying to say that Portland is not wrong about this. That's all I'm trying to say. And I actually want to talk about something else.
Well, let's get some other people. Yeah, let's get some other people in here.
Well, then I'm just going to go. I wanted to talk to Neil, but honestly, it's okay. It was really nice chatting, guys. One step down.
All right, thanks for coming. Yeah.
Do you mind if I jump in for a second?
Yeah, go for it. Sorry. Yeah, go for it.
No, you're good. As long as you guys can hear me. So to change topics or circle back around, maybe Portland can help me out with this. So one of the things I haven't heard explained very much, if any, or at all, is, we keep saying consensus, and I think consensus is actually something rather difficult to measure in Bitcoin.
It's technically impossible. Like you can't. There's no number.
Perfect. And so that's kind of my thought here. And going back to the plebs, I'm a pleb, guys. I don't have the blue check mark over here. I can't pay for that. But I've heard Tone Vays just the other day in a Spaces mention he thinks that the miner signaling threshold is as low as 15 to 20%. And thinking about him saying that, he didn't really elaborate. But what I'm wondering is his thought process the fact that, from my understanding, 20% of visible nodes on the network are signaling or, running BIP-110. But there are many, 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 many more nodes on the network than those that are visible. And every time I get into a Spaces, every time I go watch a video on YouTube that is covering BIP-110, if I was going to be drawing consensus, it's nothing but BIP-110ers. The plebs appear to be out in mass. Now, I'm not sure that BIP-110 is going to win, but I sure as heck am not sure that it's going to lose. And my thought process is, I get the economic node argument, and I don't disagree with it. But as if there are, 5,000 listening nodes that are signaling, and there's a total, and I keep saying signaling, and I'm sorry, but running BIP-110, and if there's 100,000, just for an easy round number, of nodes behind firewalls on planet Earth that the plebs are running, and 20, 40, whatever percentage of those are running BIP-110. Yeah, they're not economic nodes, but they are going to slow down the propagation of non-BIP-110 conforming transactions. And so the 55% threshold, I know everybody keeps saying, it should be 95%. It's not 55. They've put it down at 55. I don't think the number matters.
It doesn't anymore. I think the 55% is unachievable at this point. It's literally just a UASF on Saturday around 1 p.m. Pacific.
Okay, so my question, I guess, to you is, from what all I'm saying here, why are you so sure that's the case? Because, when Tone Vays pointed out his 15 to 20% is all it's going to take, and I agree that maybe the miners don't have an incentive to signal beforehand. Like, why are we all so sure on the opposition side to BIP-110 that this is dead in the water? Like, I'm not so sure that BIP-110 is going to win, but I'm not so sure that it's going to lose either, because I think again, this consensus thing that we keep coming back to, that's a rather difficult thing for us to figure out. And so if miners are not signaling, and then their blocks are being propagated through the network slower, that's an edge, an advantage to the BIP-110 miner who decides to flip the bit. And so those BIP-110 miners don't need to exactly match the hash rate of the non-BIP-110 miners, because their transactions are gonna propagate faster through the network, because all nodes accept BIP-110 transactions.
There's, I think, a lot to unpack there. I'll start with kind of the end first. Basically, like, the block transaction propagation isn't really a problem in terms of speed, because the Bitcoin miners that like Mara, Foundry, they basically run what are called like super nodes. So they have like they're connected to thousands of peers. And so it's not like you're not really banking on the gossip network having to do multiple hops to get your blocks out. You're just trying to shove these things out to as many peers as possible on the initial round. And typically you'll get hits to other pools. So the block propagation speed is not really a consideration, or transaction propagation speed, when evaluating like BIP-110. What's really being considered is once the chain diverges on the first block that is not BIP-110 compliant through signaling on August 8th August 8th around 1 p.m., which chain are they going to continue to follow? Those miners with 100% certainty are going to follow the chain that they can exchange their Bitcoin for US dollars on. And so that's going to be the heaviest chain on probably Bitcoin Core. So if the NOT side starts pulling ahead, then at that point, they will very likely end up mining a NOT's invalid block. But that I don't think anybody's planning on NOT's even getting even a block right now, given the amount of preparation I've heard for BIP-110. So yeah, at the end of the day, it comes down to they will mine on the chain with the most economic value. And that goes back to your first point. What, like the node count? Node count is not a valid metric because of the fact that for example, let's say I have an AWS account and I spin up 6,000 nodes. They show up on bitnodes.io and stuff, and they're running Bitcoin knots. That doesn't mean that I get 6,000 votes or 1/3 of the weight or whatever metric it is, because those nodes are doing nothing other than data availability for other peers. The real value comes from exchanges pretty much right now, because that's your primary gateway to obtaining currency right now, not money, to use in the real world. The miners have to pay their power bills. If they mine on a coin, they can't exchange for money to pay for their power. They essentially are dissolved. They're worthless. And so that concludes my point that like economic nodes are the true weight on the node side. Miners are the only thing that can signal with in an objective way by flipping a bit, for example. So you can show, like in this case, 2.5% of hash rate is signaling BIP-110. I can quantify that. Miners have the right to add blocks to the chain. Node runners have the job of accepting those blocks. There's a common agreement that, hey, like I'm going to mine for the chain that will get me the most value.
So I don't really, have an argument against that. Other than, if every, let's just go with full on consensus here, like we keep talking about with back in the block size war, 99% of the nodes are running BIP-110, but the ones that aren't, the very few that aren't, are all the exchanges, as you've talked about with the economic nodes. So I'm gonna kind of go back.
That's gonna be a spicy one.
No kidding, and I'm gonna go back to something you posited earlier about. What are BIP-110ers going to go do if they lose? Now, obviously, nobody likes answering this question, or unfortunate question to answer. But here's the realization that that the plebs may have if that's the case. Well, then Bitcoin isn't what I thought it was, because and I know we talk in memes, but that's what the captured means.
I mean, like,
that's where that.
I actually.
So that
would be my statement from like somebody who opposes 110. If 110 activates, I'm going to think to myself, Bitcoin wasn't what I thought it was. Literally.
Okay, but here's the difference. Okay, I understand that, but here's the difference between the BIP-110 opinion and your opinion. So if BIP-110 activates and it wins solely because you decided to do nothing. You didn't run or spin up the UASF. Okay, you didn't decide to take action. But if BIP-110 loses, we took action, and nothing happened. So there's two totally different sides to that coin. Your side of the coin isn't the same as my side of the coin.
I've heard this URSF argument made a couple of times. How would I, as a node runner, URSF your soft fork? Because your soft fork just creates a subset of blocks to my node. Technically, like said earlier, my node can't really tell that it's activated. I only know because certain transactions I want to make are now invalid. The only way I guess I could URSF is if I invalidate your block and then say I'm going to start my own chain. But that also means that that would mean I think that's the only way I could URSF. Is that correct?
I mean,
Yeah.
you would
Or go ahead.
coordinate action to push it away.
But to push it away, do I just include another rule that's out? Because I can't, you guys are a subset. I can't just push you away because my node just says I can't actually technically ever tell if BIP-110 is active according to my node. Right?
I would need hash rate.
I need hash rate.
You get all the nodes running the software that says, hey, we are going to, in an orderly fashion, in a way that no one can get rugged, just give the middle finger to the people trying to UASF. That's how that would go.
That's my question. How would I do that though? What do I need to run in my software to give you guys the middle finger? Because to me, the only way I could see is I'd have to invalidate your block and form my own new chain that accepted a transaction that is invalid to your guys' chain in the block.
That's right.
You would just add a line of code that says if you flip this bit, whatever, it's invalid or what. You'd have to add a rule that says this is what we're doing.
That's actually good. I like that. That's a good idea. Yeah. Okay. So that is possible. Thank you. Excellent.
Yeah. So now that the technical argument is out of the way, back to the point here is that if the UASF fails and I am beholden as the node runner to the miner, then Bitcoin isn't what I thought it was. And we are not the rulers of the network, we're the subjects. And I do it like an idiot for free. And so, but your contention is that, well, yeah, if the pleb is able to have a say, well, then Bitcoin isn't what you thought it was.
Because I think the say should go to economic participants on the network. And 100%. I don't want activity at Coinbase, Kraken, these other exchanges, or even good services and goods providers to be disrupted by a minority of individuals who don't participate in the economy. The free market of Bitcoin rewards activity, right? I don't want people that don't have skin in the game to be changing the rules to my money. That's it.
So you say don't have skin in the game. I run a node. It is not a quote unquote economic node with any real weight. Now, do I have my wallet connected to it? Yes. Do I send my transactions through it? Yes. It doesn't have any real weight. But that doesn't mean I don't have any skin in the game. I have my fucking life savings in it. And so I'd rather not trust my life savings to Wall Street again. That's why I'm here. But you're telling me, no. Wall Street's the one who gets to make the decisions. That's the contention here between the plebs running BIP-110 and the other side.
To me, I just don't want a minority group to change regardless of how much they've stacked. I don't want 10 people with their life savings in Bitcoin to start dictating the rules for. I also have my life savings in Bitcoin. I use goods and service providers using Bitcoin. At the end of the day, I don't want that to be a factor. It needs to be the economic actors on the network defining the rules.
But you're saying I don't want 10 people to make the decision. This isn't 10 people. Again, I know consensus is a difficult thing and impossible is able to figure it out. But again, when I look in my circles and when I go to, you pick a video on, just please pick one video and then pick a second and then go through 10 of YouTube and see the comment section of any video that mentions BIP-110, and the plebs have shown up. Now, I get it. Yeah, some of it is probably bots or whatever. Okay. But what I'm seeing is there are thousands upon thousands, if not tens of thousands of plebs who are saying, hey, Bitcoin's going in a direction that we don't want it to go in, and we may not run the economic nodes, but we are economically involved.
Yeah,
and so it's not 10 people.
I'm using 10 as a number just to show like a minority, but at the end of the day, like I can't have people with like they're like a minority that wants something to happen because they have their life savings involved, disrupting the other majority that also have their life savings involved, also using economic service providers, etc. It's pure and simple. Like there's a minority trying to change the rules for the majority. That's really what's going on.
Okay, let me just jump in here for a second, Bullish, if you don't mind. Portland, isn't that a property of Bitcoin that just exists right now? Like, are you doing anything to stop that property? Because as far as I'm concerned, like that is just a property of Bitcoin right now.
Yeah, like you're correct. It's just a property of Bitcoin.
So what are you doing to change it?
Yeah, okay, hold on. The property of Bitcoin being economic actors are the largest weight, correct? In terms of consensus forming?
No, the property that like a small minority of
I'm offering goods and services.
What's that?
I'm building on Bitcoin, offering goods and services to people that use Bitcoin, right? And so I'm accepting the primary chain that isn't BIP-110, and as such, like that's my value. That's the most I can do is use those goods and services to influence or guide people into also wanting to believe in the same thing I believe in, which is the Bitcoin rules without BIP-110 activated. The
right.
consensus.
The small minority of people that can like form this kind of change that BIP-110 is doing is just a property of Bitcoin. Like that's how Bitcoin was designed. It is designed. Like that's just how it exists, right?
Yes.
So I mean that if you want to make a change to how Bitcoin exists, like you need to make like a deep change here because that's just the Bitcoin that we live in. Right?
I apologize. I'm not even tracking on this one. I maybe I'm missing something here.
Well, you were saying like you don't want like this small minority group of people to be able to make a change like this.
Yeah, correct. So like what the second part of it though, like what
I think what he's
that's
saying,
how Bitcoin is set up to be.
Yeah.
Are you implying Bitcoin is set up to be changed by small minorities?
Unless the majority like acts to keep them from making that change. That seems to be the dynamic that's in play here.
Oh, that's exactly what's happening. The majority is rejecting that change by accepting blocks that contain a version signaling bit at position 4. And they're just going to literally follow the current rules without enforcing that rule that is attempted to be imposed on them. Like that's all.
Which we don't disagree that's the kind of the stance. Like if they just ignore it. But this goes back to the prisoner's dilemma and this is why consensus is a difficult, definition here, and why I think Tone Vays had a good point with, 15 to 20%. It's going to take much less than 55% of miner activation.
You're talking about the dogpile, right? Like essentially like you get like a miner signaling, you get to 15%, the other miners out of fear just go, okay, well, we're just going to go in because we want to be safe and just get the block reward. Is that correct?
Yeah, because because being wiped out is only on one side, and then 2 is let's just pretend I was one of the big miners at this point, okay, and I'm concerned about the economic value of the mined coins that I have on my books. What is the least obstructive way to move forward through this market and not impact the price of Bitcoin if that's my only concern.
It's going to be a flipped
And
bit and just continue the chain according to all nodes and continue
there
on
you
the
go.
heaviest chain. Yeah, that is correct. There's nothing. I don't disagree at all. Like,
Okay.
Okay, we've
Hey,
got
it's getting the 15% or whatever that threshold is.
we got a couple
Hey,
Yeah.
people with their hands up. Neil, go ahead, and then we'll get to some of the people with their hands up.
yeah, sorry. I just have a real quick argument against this economic node, economic weight thing. I mean, node counts, all this stuff, whatever. Can we accept that whatever the 110 node count is, it represents a non-zero like economic weight? I mean, is that if we can accept that, you know, whatever it is, it's non-zero.
What service providers are running BIP-110 nodes? And I understand the hodler's value because people do have their life savings and they are agreeing to the BIP-110 rules according to their node, which represents their balance on their wallet. But like
anything,
yeah.
I'm just saying, if people are transacting on it, if there's any economic activity on a node that's running 110, then it's a non-zero. I mean, so just on principle, if it's non-zero, okay, if a miner mines the 110 thing, they get 100% of the entire capacity, like of all the economic energy that is in Bitcoin. They just get it. You say the miners would mine the heaviest chain, right? But if they mine the non-110 chain, whatever that non-zero economic weight is, they don't get access to that. So it's like, that's what I think the economic node argument actually cuts against the just maintain, like, if you're going to argue that the 110 nodes are zero, okay, then I can accept that. Like, that would be a valid thing. But if it's non-zero, then the 110 is the heaviest economic chain on principle.
But wouldn't that be similar to like an argument, like let's say that BIP-110 didn't exist and the consensus rules were just what they are today, that because like Portland Hodl, deem that like I want this thing to be active, I'm going to mandate an op return in every transaction or some crazy rule like that. But I also have like I got a lot of Bitcoin and I own like a small exchange, that they should actually go with my soft fork because of the fact that they won't get 100% capacity because they'll lose me if they don't follow my will. If I can't get my will imposed on them, they lose me. Is that what's the difference between that and BIP-110 from that perspective?
Well, again, this is tightening and expanding. Like, if you're going to add things, if you're forking off, adding it, you know, again, there's an asymmetry between the soft fork tightening and the hard fork expanding.
I'm not expanding anything. I'm mandating a rule. I'm tightening.
How Bitcoin works.
My example is just the same as tightening. BIP-110 tightens in 8 different ways. I tighten in my example one way.
And if you got people running that software to, you know, again, to where people are thinking about it, then it would make sense for the miners to do it. And if people didn't like that rule, then they would reject you. They would stop you. They would kill it. They say, actually, we don't want to mine that. That rule is stupid. It doesn't serve my interest. So let's not do it.
I mean, from my perspective right now, that's kind of what's happening with BIP-110. The miners have not given credit to the economic value of the BIP-110 participants, and that's not my position that it's fair or whatever. I'm just stating that that's kind of what I'm seeing right now, and that they are not going to even spend 10 minutes or like an hour to go to make that code change. In some cases, they just are going to ignore it completely.
Okay, I think that the thing about tightening consensus rules and the minority being able to take over something, even with a tightening consensus rules, is, I think that's an interesting thing that I don't think we have a solution to. But let me get some other people with their hands up here. Patrick, do you want to go ahead, and then JS, I'll get to you later.
Yeah, I guess I'll just kind of talk about like that, you know, so that hard fork, soft fork difference. I would understand Portland's position more if this was a hard fork, right? And like Neil was saying, if it was expanding the rules, then it would make sense for miners to completely reject it. But, you know, why would miners not want to just add more subsidies to themselves? You know, if what you said was true, Portland, I mean, in the long run, isn't that what the whole point of like not being able to change Bitcoin is, like, you know, not allowing miners to change the rules to benefit themselves?
Yeah, but that's enforced by the economic actors that basically have because Bitcoin is money, right? At the end of the day, whether it's used to exchange into currency or exchange for goods or services, the miner, if they mine a coin with a rule that isn't accepted by those economic actors, they've mined they've used their energy for no value. And so that's kind of like the check to miners wanting to do that behavior. I think like in the case of 110 right now, miners feel there isn't a lot of pressure from their economic actors that they interact with for their Bitcoin to enforce the BIP-110 rules. They kind of just, at this point, I feel like they are just ignoring it right now.
Well, aren't they incentivized to ignore it until activation day?
I don't necessarily buy that because the coordination gets so messy. Like at the end of the day, like when the block hits where it's mandated that you're signaling, the miners have to have that implementation ready to go and live to flip the bit. Their next block, the block before that, has to include that. Otherwise, they are mining on another chain potentially if they truly believe in that. And typically throughout all soft forks, including in the block size wars, by this time you're getting close to like 70 or 80% signaling. That's like even BIP-54 right now is technically being signaled by more miners as a percent of hash rate than BIP-110, right? At BIP-110. And so I think miners are willing to signal for things without having this like last minute game theory of, oh, like we're all just going to switch and we all work together and we're going to write like 10 blocks before we're all going to move. I think it's typically like you'll see miners start gradually ramping up as we go into these things. Yeah. Like SegWit was really just to get it across the line, not to find the missing. Oh, sorry.
Sorry. My confusion is though, like if BIP-110 is this crazy change that all these miners want to reject because it's too crazy, you know, it's going to ruin a whole bunch of businesses that are Bitcoin centric or whatever. Then how is just increasing the op return by an insane amount not changing it? Like how is that not a big change?
Because op return at the level of consensus was never changed. Op return has always been limited to the size of the block. It was Slipstream and Mara that first demonstrated that miners could profit from mining these types of transactions. It showed that policy was being defeated by the demand on chain to spend Bitcoin in the form of fees to buy that block space. And so the difference between policy and consensus rules in Bitcoin is when you're talking about policy changes, that's like a my node, my decision kind of thing. It's okay. Like we saw with Bitcoin knots, for example, about last 2.5 years, it's been, hey, you can fight against this by running policy on your node. And it was effective for your node. And if you had hash rate, you can mine with that hash rate, not mining these transactions. But still, they would get through for any miner that would include them because the miners build the blocks. And policy as a mechanism of as a mechanism of filtering only works when miners apply it. So moving forward, what's the difference between that and like what we have now with 110? 110 is actively imposing will on others. And so that's like what like consensus really is. If I want to impose my will on you and you agree with that, we're on the same page, great. You'll take my transaction, you'll take my block. But if I tell you I want to do something that is not a part of that rule set, for example, let's say we want to double the block size or increase the number of coins, you go, no way, you can't impose your rules on me. I don't accept that. So the only way I can get you to accept those rules is if I can convince you to, right? And in Bitcoin, I'm not talking about just you. I got to convince everybody to follow my rules because Bitcoin is a gossip network. We have to form consensus to mine on these chains. And as such, like, how can I do that? Provide value. And so moving forward, when miners essentially see that like, oh, hey, like to do this change, I must do this thing. They go typically like, okay, why am I doing this thing? How does it affect my fee revenue? What do I have to do to even enforce these rules? And like right now, BIP-110 isn't just technically a single bit flip. It is also imposing a consensus change, demonstrating you want to change the rules of Bitcoin in combination with possibly running an alternate client. Because most mining pools right now run Bitcoin Core, not Bitcoin knots, to switch over to 110 and be compliant, they will have to run a Bitcoin NOTs implementation or run a kind of hacked up version of Bitcoin Core to include the BIP-110 rules. And that is error prone to forking from consensus. So I think that's why miners would reject it.
I'm not sure it's fair to say it's a hacked up version because Datham has released a version of Core to do that. But
it hasn't been accepted into like the official repository and validated. And, like Luke has reviewed and accepted into Bitcoin NOTs, like officially BIP-110. Is that correct?
Yeah, it hasn't been accepted officially into the Core. I'll give you that. All right, we've had somebody with their hand up for a while now. JS, do you want to jump in here?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound great.
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah. So Portland, I just want to say I like talking with you or hearing your comments because you seem to have a grasp and a correct grasp and understanding of BIP-110. When in a lot of these debates or discussions, people come at it and they're misrepresenting what BIP-110 does, or they just don't know what it does, but you seem like you have a pretty good grasp on what BIP-110 is trying to do. And I would say that you seem to understand even the feelings of BIP-110ers, like what their angst, they're upset about. Would you agree with that? Do you feel like you understand the motivations and you understand the BIP?
Absolutely. I was one of the like I started like kind of the original BIP proposal that became 110. And like, I'm not opposed to having rules on Bitcoin. I'm just very cautious of how they get implemented, the consensus forming process around it. But yes, I agree. Right. I can understand.
Okay. So you might be going where I'm going, trying to get to my question is I want you to steel man the BIP-110 concern. And then let's say we made you're in charge we want you to create, you're in charge of creating BIP-110. How would you do it differently? And before you answer, I would just say, as far as I can tell, just from my small understanding, I think it's beautifully done. If I look at how it's implemented and the way the grassroots formation and support gradually came around it and people started running those, I think that is the ideal way that a movement like this should come together. But my question to you would just be like, if you can you like really like objectively put yourself in a BIP-110er's shoes, see the world through their eyes, and now we made you in charge. Portland, you were in charge. Can you do this thing for us?
Yeah. And so like steel manning,
how would you do it? How would you do it?
Like first I'll steel man like the BIP-110 position. The BIP-110 position is pretty simple, that like Bitcoin should be for monetary use only. And as such, like people doing things that aren't monetarily related in transactions would compete for block space, take up disk space on the Bitcoin nodes, require more bandwidth to download the blockchain, and a few other like negative effects that could exist for like when you, relative to if you had a monetary only network, you'd be able to process more money-like transactions in that space that is getting bought instead by spam.
Yeah,
spam
correct.
also
you got that right. So, but my question is, you're in charge of making. How would you do it, and how would you do it differently?
I'd like to finish my steelman real quick. And the other steelman component is the content of these images can be very offensive because there is no restriction on the type of data that can be put into these blocks, right? And so, the steelman, we're like, what would I do if I could have like my way from a BIP-110er's perspective? I don't even think much would have to change to like convince more people, other than like literally just make the consensus process maybe a little bit like slower in terms of formation of that consensus, like build it up and set like normal thresholds of like the precedent, the historical precedent of 90%. Don't force like a UASF right away, just ease into it. Like there's consensus changes like this typically take many years to build up to their crescendos, right? Like where it finally boils over at like the block size wars, where the node runner's like, you're not doing it. We're gonna signal and flag, right? And then the miners go, okay, we'll get it across the line, the last percent. It purely comes down to like, it felt to me as like a Bitcoiner who uses their Bitcoin as a money, who works in Bitcoin, like it felt incredibly hostile. And the more people like told me like I had to believe this specific thing, the less I wanted to believe it. The more I pushed back because I realized that. So yeah, basically my thing would be I would reduce the number of rules. I would just cut it down to like target directly the op return. Like literally just cut the op return value down like, I don't care, 256 bytes, 520, 80 at the consensus level, make it permanent. And form like, hey, even 70% would have optically looked a lot better in my opinion. So that's what I would have done if I were to have chosen that path, which I did not.
Okay, that's interesting because a common rebuttal to that I've seen 110 get is that it doesn't do enough. Like it doesn't stop spam enough, right? I'm sure you've heard that ad nauseum. Like, oh, why are you doing this? It's so minuscule. It doesn't even do the thing you want it to do. And now you're advocating for something even way less than that. So
because
you see what I'm saying? Like that doesn't make sense. And then here you run into these.
Okay, I'm not a BIP-110er, so
just real quick, let me finish my thought. And then on the same time, people will formulate these arguments going the opposite direction. Oh, well, it is not enough. It's not worth the cost of a soft fork. So it should be even more. You should push for more rule changes. And so that doesn't make sense either. I think BIP-110 like walks that center line perfectly.
I think from a technical perspective, there's a nice reason why I would choose just a single rule instead of trying to go for more. And that is because if you limit the size of the op return, you cut it, you actually cut out a big problem in Bitcoin. And that's the DOS blocks, these poison blocks the nation state could put out to disrupt mining pools, make blocks take hours to validate on these nodes and their IBDs. So if you just do that rule, like op return, and you cut it down to, let's just go 80 bytes at the consensus level, you can't violate that rule. And I think that's part of BIP-110. I think it's 83 bytes or something. And you form the consensus over probably like, I think it's going to be a longer time, like probably 2 years before you can get consensus. And it's a permanent rule. I would not do a temporary.
Yeah, bro, it has been 2 years, man.
No, the consensus forming
has been going on for a long time.
But that's at the policy level. I'm talking consensus. Like actually like, hey, like I got a plan. I'm writing my BIP. I'm going to make this a rule in Bitcoin that isn't just for me. I want this rule to be on everybody. And again, to the audience, I'm like steel manning and role playing here for the other side and why I would do it this way. And then if I think I'd be able to find the consensus pretty like over time, I think a lot of people actually consider that incredibly reasonable to potentially have. And if I can get consensus once in Bitcoin, then you can add more rules again, because you've shown that, hey, like, okay, if people are against this one, we could probably like get 90% again for another set of like 3 or 5 or 7 or 11. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. So I agree with that reasoning. And I feel like that's what we are doing. We are doing something very tempered, very measured, to your point. So
but like,
I agree. I see the point you're making. And I just feel like we are doing that thing that you're talking about. Does that make sense?
I mean, it's not the way I would do it, but yeah, I guess to your perspective, sure, that's fine.
And then
I'll accept it.
And then just as far as the timeline, so you seem to think like if we just let this go for 1 more year, you think we would have enough consensus?
I think actually the use of language was incredibly like difficult for individuals to swallow and get on board with. I think the original BIP containing like language such as miners would be legally and morally responsible. The emergency activation for like, okay, if this gets in the chain, we're going to do that. Initially, like, got people like their guards up. Even current 110 supporters I know were like, whoa, that's really aggressive. And then we got the second revision of the BIP, which is much more reasonable, but still it's like, it's emergency kind of language, you know, the 55% threshold, the mandatory signaling period are all kind of things that really haven't happened in Bitcoin, and breaking so many of these like social constructs at one time made it unpalatable, I think, for a lot of people, including myself. And especially given like, in addition to all those things I don't really necessarily like, including the temporary nature, there was this kind of like force pushing always to like, you need to accept this. You have to believe this without critique.
Yeah, fair. But I see that we see those same forces, those same pushes,
I agree
on the other side. And so that's our reflexive action is to push back the same amount.
I'll point out one thing, that this is like literally the purpose of consensus, because policy doesn't actually have an impact on like what goes in the blocks or the rules of the network. Consensus is amazing because like we're seeing this whole thing is going to end on Saturday at 1 p.m. If you want to take it to the most extreme, one of us is going to be right. And that's a beauty. It's closed. It's like, okay, that's the end of the story. And the cool part is like, I don't want to deal with this again, but it doesn't stop anybody from trying this whole exercise again. So
yeah, I like
it's literally
it's an
just
experiment. I like to call it's an experiment. I think Bitcoin itself is an experiment.
Hey, I'm just jumping here for a second.
Sure.
Portland, trust me, I know the difference between policy and consensus.
I know you do.
I know the seriousness of the differences in that. But in terms of the rushed and the unprecedented and like the not having agreement thing, many of the people, not just on the BIP-110 side, but even in core, saw the rushed not having agreement change to the policy change for the data carrier size as just completely uncharacteristic of policy changes that have gone before. So in terms of just making changing the precedent to like how both policy and consensus changes worked, like, I mean, don't you think it's a fair point that like Core was the first person to be like, okay, we've done policy changes like this before, but now we're going to radically change how we do policy changes. And now it's kind of like, okay, BIP-110 responded to that, like, okay, well, now we're going to radically change how we do consensus changes.
I think that policy is different from consensus in that you essentially like, let's say I really hated Core for this. Like this change was unacceptable because I don't see a reason for it to exist. There shouldn't be a reason why anybody can make a 1 megabyte or 100 kilobyte or technically 1 megabyte at the level of how the policy works, but that's a whole different thing. We saw individuals move to Bitcoin knots almost immediately. They completely rejected that change. And they rejected it through the mempool policy because knots supported 83 bytes or basically the default was 42, I think, actually. And so that's fine because we all kind of still agreed that, okay, even though they moved implementations, we still agreed on the network rules. Like we were all like, okay, we're still going to accept blocks, even if they have large op returns in them. Okay, that's fine and great. But as soon as like you move to consensus, like the difference is like, what if Core started mandating that specific transactions are required to do specific things to get mined into blocks for all nodes that are with Core? I think that would be a much different scenario, like complete rejection. People would immediately leave Core, even businesses. They go, this group is beyond hostile to the Bitcoin network. But because it's policy that where the option is left to set that to whatever value you need, and it doesn't tell anybody what node they have to run to be in agreement on the network, I still think that is, it's a decision they made that was poor, but like at the same time, I was free to leave.
But yeah, okay. So you disagree that Core should do those kind of things, policy, when like they don't have, I don't want to use the word consensus because that makes it confusing, but when they don't have agreement that default policy should be changes, you agree that like they shouldn't do that. And like if they do that again, you're going to get mad at them.
I mean, like I already run alternate Bitcoin implementations. Like I don't have a Bitcoin core node. I run my own fork. But at the end of the day, like my theory is like the free market will win. If Core continues with their current optics, policy changes, etc., they don't even need to get to the point long term of like making consensus changes to make users reject keeping up with Core. All they'll have to do is literally just keep doing these activities and people will just split off. They'll start making their own forks of Bitcoin, running knots, etc. Like it just solves itself. It's consensus is a whole different thing when, yeah, like knots right now is doing it. They're literally saying my way or the highway. And I'm going to reject the 110 chain if it's shorter or less heavy than the main chain because I don't enforce those rules and I want to follow the chain with the highest weight.
Okay. You want to jump in, JS?
Yeah, just one more question for Portland. I think a little while ago you were talking about the economic nodes and whose voice pulls the most weight, the decision-making process of Bitcoin. And you seem to say, well, it's the exchanges, it's the economic actors that should have. I just want to make sure if I understood that correctly. And you were like really minimizing the nodes. You're like, yeah, well, you could just spin up, 3,000 nodes. That doesn't mean anything.
Okay. Can I clarify a few things?
Yeah, clarify what power doesn't do the nodes. Do they have zero power?
No, they don't have zero power. I think that, so the dynamics, the way I look at it, and this is just my view, I don't necessarily think it's a perfect system, but if I compare Coinbase in this scenario to maybe like, let's just say like a small business or something like that. If the small business goes, hey, I'm going to be running 110. I need this consensus change for your blocks coming into my node to accept payment from my customers. It might have an effect on Bitcoiners, and they may go, oh, well, I need to use 110 because this has the value. I need my hamburgers or I need my shoes, right? But if there's some impact. But if a company like Coinbase, which is the primary way to get US dollars or any other currency from your Bitcoin, that is a lot of value to users. Like, people hold their Bitcoin currently because it stores value. Being able to exchange into a local currency is a massive amount of value. So let's move to an exchange. If Coinbase says, hey, we're going to be running BIP-110, that Coinbase statement will have far more weight than that business owner. And like down to the guy with the life savings, right? Okay, I have my life savings. I'll say right
on a 1-to-1 ratio. Yes, obviously.
Yeah, and I'm gonna complete the analogy. I, Portland Hodl, have more than 80% of my net worth in Bitcoin. I'm just gonna make up because we're running through this exercise. I want everybody to run BIP-110. My statement is not going to have a large impact on individuals, like meaningfully running BIP-110, because they will go, I know you have your life savings in it, but I need to be able to exchange my Bitcoin for money, and Coinbase isn't doing it, or the hamburger shop isn't doing it, right? And so economic actors have more weight the more Bitcoin volume in terms of number of coins they're moving through, or their ability on the moment to convert somebody's Bitcoin into something useful. And
don't
then
you think?
I think I got one last. Oh,
okay, go ahead.
Forgot. There's the last point. I apologize. Continue. I
was just gonna say, I get what you're saying, but I think that street works both ways, because hamburger shop is only in business if it serves its customer.
100%.
So if the hamburger shop, the customer says they want cheeseburgers, the hamburger shop starts serving cheeseburgers.
Long as they, yeah, correct.
Like if you run it, like I own a business, and I thought that I was going to be in control of what my customers got served. I got taught a good lesson with that. If your customers want something else, you have to completely change or you go out of business. Same thing with Coinbase, same thing with all these people that you call economic actors.
100%.
It goes both ways.
But I would state though, like, that's the true pain point for a company like that, is finding enough individuals that are going to stand up or economic actors, or the source of their revenue, to go, I'm not going to support that business. I don't feel for some reason that BIP-110, I'm not going to state because I don't know, has created a large impact. A lot of companies don't seem to be taking it very seriously, and maybe they will later, but like, I don't see a Coinbase, a crack in a river, these mining pools, like very few businesses I know are willing to go, if BIP-110 doesn't activate, I'm going to be running the BIP-110 chain. And if my customer tries to spend their legacy Bitcoin with me, I'm going to tell them no, they got to give me their 110 coins.
Yeah, that's fair. I would just make the point that it's not really the economic actor that's in charge. It's their customers that's in charge. And what you're saying is, like, they haven't really had any customers like saying they want this or that, which is, I think, a fair point. But the overall point is that, like, it's not actually the economic node that's in charge. It's the customers of that.
Sure. Yeah. The demand for the good or service. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I think, like, long term, however this plays out, I don't know. I made a long post about what happened with Bud Light, like Budweiser and Bud Light, like Bud Light kind of cut off all of their kind of support system, their lower level support system, because they only talked to kind of like the high level people about what they wanted, and they all wanted to make the transgender post or whatever.
That was quite the debacle.
Right. And what I'm saying is I think a lot of times what happened is these economic nodes, they don't really hear from their lower level support system, and they're only in communication with kind of other high level actors like other mid-level managers and their VCs. Same thing with core. There's just not a communication with the base. They don't really understand that that's where their support comes from. And I feel like the economic nodes that you're saying that are making decisions like this are maybe making decisions for the short term. And I'll just be honest, the way I see this playing out is probably probably a lower than 50% chance that BIP-110 wins the soft fork. But 3 years from now, I think whether BIP-110 wins the soft fork or wins the hard fork, like I think you're going to see that the grassroots support system is way more important than like people with a lot of money talking amongst themselves like at the higher level. But that's just something we're waiting to see play out. Yes.
I actually don't disagree with that. Like if core continues to make certain decisions against like the will of the public, or they continue to have optics problems, more people will switch node implementations, or they will come out of, like, it doesn't have to be knots. It can be any form. That their ability to like kind of keep the status quo together will be lessened as more node diversity, especially economic actors and miners, once they start picking it up. That's really, those are the key players. Like get an exchange on the side of like, hey, I'm running like a lib Bitcoin or a knots. It like changes everything.
Yeah, I mean, I think the exchanges play a really important role here.
It's outsized right now, in my opinion. And the reason why is because there are so few merchants. Like the ratio of money flowing through exchanges versus money flowing P2P in Bitcoin it's got to be insane. The numbers, exchanges have a lot of volume. P2P seems to be much smaller.
Right. And that kind of gets back to my earlier point, which I'm not sure BIP-110 people agree with me on this. Whereas like, and actually I'm definitely a minority, actually in everybody. I think I'm like on my own island in this, and that I don't consider Lightning a part of Bitcoin. I think the more of these pre-commitments that we build off chain and we consider these pre-commitments a part of Bitcoin, the that is an attack vector from the state. It makes people think that Bitcoin is something other than the chain. And so I'm a duck for cover after I say this, but like it's the chain and this lightning stuff, all of these L2 stuff, go ahead, do what you want. That's the free enterprise. That's the free market. That is not Bitcoin. And as soon as you start trying to lump in these layer two stuff as a part of Bitcoin, that's when you open yourself up to the state attack. So I don't know. That's just a minority opinion here. Jim, did you have something to say there?
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to something that was said earlier about essentially BIP-110 being qualified as a minority hostile takeover of Bitcoin. I would say when BIP-110 becomes active, becomes a successful soft fork, it will by definition have gained a majority consensus. So, the idea that because a minority is advocating for a change on Bitcoin and doing it in a way that is conducive with Bitcoin protocol rules, that doesn't necessarily automatically make it a hostile takeover. It's not like anybody's going into the miners' offices and telling them you're going to run this soft fork. If they choose to run it, then they're going to run it, and it will be a successful soft fork, not a hostile takeover. And those will be the consensus rules that everybody will have to abide by.
I mean, for that chain, and if you do run BIP-110, you're not, nobody's forced to run it. Technically, on the other side, you can just run your dead chain in that case. You're not wrong in the fact that like, hey, like the consensus was formed in some way to get BIP-110 active and activated on the network. It does feel like, just me looking at it, if a bunch of miners within 48 hours all just flip the bit and surprise everybody because of a game theory of a dogpile, I just don't expect that consensus moves like that. And that's my expectation. I could be wrong there, but I expect it usually to move much slower as like historically, like it takes, you get almost to like the threshold and we need something to push them over, not like currently it looks like the attempt is really to get 2.5% of signaling hash rate primarily through ocean and datum to become 51% or higher in 48 hours. Like that is such a fast change in terms of like what I view Bitcoin's changes to be. Like I typically expect my money, the rules to never really surprise me too much. It should be very constant and stable. That's all. But you're technically correct. If the majority of miners decide to flip the bit, well, I can't do anything about it. Like that's the new consensus. I am wrong.
Just real quick, I'm going to throw one thing in here. I continually hear people misconstruing this as having happened quickly. This, when Core blew out the opera term, that wasn't when this started.
It started back in the 2014.
That was the final straw.
The opera term was set in 2014. Like that's when it all started technically.
Yeah. Okay, but what happened is in 2021 or wherever in that time frame, we started noticing, oh, wait a minute, there's some ways to utilize the Bitcoin network chain for something we didn't intend it for. Maybe we should fix this. And Core's response was, no. And so, okay, we get it. It's not that big of an issue now. And then in 2023, skyrockets with spam and on-chain fees go through the roof. And now it's difficult for me to transfer, Bitcoin from P2P. And we go, oh shit, this is actually a real issue. And so we say, hey, Core, here's a fix. Can we implement this? And they say, no, this isn't even, we're not even going to talk about this. And they get rid of the commit or whatever. And then in 2025, they go in the absolute opposite direction of what the plebs were asking. So it's not like this started yesterday. This isn't some consensus that happened yesterday. This is a lot of people who have been paying attention to the space for a long time who have finally gotten fed up. That's a huge difference. And I continually hear it mischaracterized as, oh, this started with the opera term being blown out. Opera term being blown out was not the issue. It was the catalyst.
The reason why I feel it's fast is not because of like the amount of time it took to get where we're at. Like again, opera term was created in 2014. You had debates on the size 42 versus 83. Where are we going to put the limit, etc. Then there were also problems with the usage of op return over time, right? You had various counterparty protocols, etc. Again, like spammers bidding up block space is nothing new in Bitcoin, but one thing is consistent with that. They always go broke. Counterparty, the Satoshi dice, ordinals and inscriptions, they all died before this reduced data temporary soft fork even activated. Like the free market makes these people go broke. Like that's the ultimate filter for spam. Literally the free market. You just got to wait it out. There's no better use case than money.
I keep hearing that argument as far as the free market goes. But here's the point. I want to
answer your question directly though. The thing I was going to say that to answer your question, why I feel it's fast, because I have a very clear line between policy changes and any other change and consensus changes. Because any other change that somebody does to their node, that's their own deal. Like I don't care what anybody runs, lib Bitcoin, Floresta, knots, whatever. But when somebody else's node is now telling me that I have to run specific rules on my node to interact with their node, that's different. So the consensus forming process of BIP-110, like I never had a problem with policy. Policy's just fine. I told people, hey, if you truly want this to happen, move to debating consensus. We've moved to consensus, and here we are, 48 hours or whatever. We're gonna know the winner, which is good. But that's when people are telling me what to do. And so the timing for consensus forming in Bitcoin through BIP-110, it was really fast. Like, I think it felt like probably around, I don't know the exact timeline, like October, November of last year's when this thing started kicking off with the BIP-444 into the 110 draft, 110 merged to a final deadline to enforce this rule on Bitcoiners all in 1 year. I don't remember the last soft fork that happened less than a year.
I think this is kind of what JS was getting at earlier, and it feels fast to you. It feels like this is 3 years in the making, and when finally to us, and whenever it finally, the consensus rule implementation got released, this wasn't fast to the other side. It was, oh, finally. And so, but for your side, it's, well, this just got released like 8 months ago.
You have to have code to look at to start the debate. You have to have code to look at. You can't, it's not just because people are upset that the timeline starts then. You have to have code to look at.
So has anybody looked at the code yet?
For BIP-110?
BIP-110? Yeah, tons of people have.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So satisfied.
I mean, like, there have been plenty of bugs and problems with it, but it's there, and that's the BIP, and that's what people are running for their consensus. I can't stop them if they want to run that version. That's what they're running. Like,
you guys found any bugs in it? Like what specific bugs have you found?
So, what do we need to fix?
So the two are, one is that when a user switches from core to knots, for example, like a miner, they are forced to re-index because the implementation didn't check to make sure that the blocks after the height of activation were valid. As such, like, basically whenever a miner or whoever switches, as soon as they start building blocks on top of that, it will accept that their current chain tip, wherever they switched, is valid. And that is a current knots chain tip. So you immediately start building on the wrong tip. That was bug number one. And then the one that's a little bit more concerning was that the BIP itself outlined that there were supposed to be 7 rules to consensus. Those are rules that are mandated to be enforced on other nodes to have their blocks be added. And there was actually an 8th that was undocumented. And that was that a specific output type, which is called an anchor. It's I think it's BC1P FEES. It's used to like do the truck RBFing. It's a nice little feature to have. Quite a few people use it, like even Anchor Watch, like we use them. They're really nice. It forces that specific input to have an empty witness stack. So that consensus rule wasn't documented in the BIP because I honestly don't think anybody caught that was actually changed. And then there were 2 other smaller bugs found very early on that resulted in like mempool transactions that were invalid to the BIP-110 node. If those mempool transactions existed across the boundary of the enforcement, they were not evicted from the mempool, so that the miner would probably include them in their next block or at some point, and then they would mine an invalid block. The BIP-110 client implementation, not to like say AI coding's bad, but it was absolutely vibe coded 100%. The comments, everything. It's getting more robust. It probably is fixed, but it's been a kind of a sloppy mess compared to other soft forks that have been much more well written. They felt very deliberate, concise, well tested.
Sometimes you have to make the battle plan while you're on the field.
Yeah, I mean, like, hey, it's the AI created soft fork. It is yet another metric. It'd be amazing to see this. Like, if it activates, like we realize something like maybe humans aren't necessary for these things. Like, you can just call up Claude.
I mean, I don't know if that's fair. I think Luke has spent more time reviewing core code than anybody on here combined. Do you think that Luke has and Luke is very anti AI created code?
I don't think Luke didn't write this though. I think Luke approved it. I think Luke.
Yeah.
Luke merged it into knots.
Yeah, but like my point is, I don't think Luke gave it the thorougest of reviews. Like I don't even expect that level of the lack of detail and documentation and even the code quality, the failing tests, to have passed his sniff test if he was truly 100% invested, reading every line for like, I don't know how long it would take, like months to like soft forks. You have to ensure everything is correct. It just didn't feel
he
just
didn't
doesn't go
merge it
tight. That's it.
into knots until recently.
The whole nature of the temporary 1 year limit on it implies that no one has any confidence in this thing because they know that they've rushed it. Like, it's such a weird like idea to even have. Like, why would we want to do a temporary soft fork for Bitcoin? Why would we want to have something where we know we're going to have another potentially contentious thing a year from now? Why would we like set
I
ourselves
mean,
up for that?
I'll push back on that a little bit. I think one of the reasons that core supporters are afraid to admit that there's anything wrong with Taproot is because of how hard it is to remove mistakes. I think one of the like what Uncle Bullish was speaking about earlier, where the problems arose a long time ago, like with the introduction of Taproot, is that most of the analysis about like deciding to raise the script limits in Taproot revolved around that, oh, DDoS won't be a problem if we just blow out this script limit of Taproot. And that's all of this, giant witness data stuck in there. It was kind of like, okay, the earlier Bitcoin devs thought that script limits did two things. One was DDoS protection, computational protection, but there was also a sense of like protecting against arbitrary data just for the sake of arbitrary data. And when they removed that script limit in Taproot, it was like the justification was only about DDoS, as if there was no other justification for script limits. And then this is kind of like what introduced these giant JPEGs in the witness data, which didn't have this protection of some of the script limits that returns had. And it seems to us, many of us, that core is just kind of in this state where they're just like, yeah, no, that was all justified. And, we're getting funding for pretending like there was justification for that. And it just seems like, no, let's step back here. Okay, let's look at like, were there problems that Taproot introduced in the beginning? And like, let's walk back to that. And I feel like a lot of people think that core is just unwilling to admit that any mistakes were made during Taproot. Go ahead, David.
Portland, feel free to take over if I say anything that's wrong. But do you know the history of like what's it called? The first stupid NFTs that we were doing, Counterparty. Do you know the history of Counterparty and like what happened with Bitcoin? Like, I guess what I'm trying to say to you is that like the same people in a lot of ways, like very clearly you can see their whole history where like they really did want to resist this stuff. They took action in order to try to do it. They then actually saw that there was no ability to do that anymore. And their concern,
To
which
do
you
what?
can not believe, but I do think it's legitimate. Their concern was that if you don't make it open, that what's going to happen is that, Mara or whatever, some centralized pool is going to get the transactions that have this additional value instead of any random pleb miner. And like, I was there at BitDevs the week that ordinals came out and like heard, core devs talking about exactly this. Like they thought it was really stupid. They didn't like it. They also thought that it would burn out, which it did, and we've seen that it did. But like it was really when like the ability to like pass all of that through with what's his name, Peter Todd's implementation of
Libra relay.
the Libra relay, that like people just realized that like, all right, it's not going to work anymore. Like this information is going to get spread. There's no point in the actions that we thought previously might keep this stuff from happening. We don't like that this stuff is there, but like it's better for the network to not centralize it with like nefarious miners and instead like let everyone see this information. So like I guess like I do wonder like, and so feel free to say like, yeah, I know all this and like this is why I disagree with all that. But like I feel like this has been like the whole debate from the beginning, that it just seems like people are talking past each other on understanding that like literally the exact same people were fighting against this stuff for a while and then realized that like it was pointless and made the decisions that they
I mean,
did.
that has nothing to do with what I was talking about the decision to open up the script size limit during Taproot. That's a completely different discussion.
I didn't say that I was trying to have. I asked a question. Are you aware of the whole history?
Yeah.
You are aware of all of it?
aware of that whole history, but like all that operaturn stuff, like there's script size limits that apply to that operaturn stuff, like with the introduction of Taproot and the witness data, and it totally sidesteps a lot of limits that were previously placed. But
I think
Right,
I
but
have a
do you
take here
understand
that might
why?
be valuable.
all right,
The limits.
Yeah, please. I'll stop
ahead,
talking. I don't think I'm being productive
go
here.
ahead, Portland,
Portland.
and then we'll get Zek in here because they've had their hand up for a while.
Script size limits have truly only applied to spending. And what I mean by that is you have always been able to create larger than 10 kilobyte transactions in outpoints in Bitcoin at a consensus level. You just couldn't spend them. They were marked as unspendable. They didn't get put in the UTXO set. And so really, to me, in terms of arbitrary data on chain, the script size limits to, in your case, stop arbitrary, like DOS plus like arbitrary data being injected into them. The problem with Taproot isn't the fact that like, hey, like, okay, you can put arbitrary data in the witness because you can put data in all the other fields too. It's the fact the witness got a discount. I think, in my opinion, the witness discount is the actual legitimate problem because it allows somebody to get more data into a transaction at a equal cost for 4 times the bytes, or you can save up to 75% by using the same value as if you would have put it just right in an out point. And so, yeah, like I don't have a problem with Taproot. I think if I had to say anything, the witness is a bigger problem because the incentive was to allow people to. The incentive was really to create a environment where it's good to spend your outputs, right? Like put them spend them because you'll get a discount. But what ended up happening is it created 2 classes of data on Bitcoin. You had like the expensive class, which is your out points and all that. And now there's also the second class, which is like a discount class. And yeah, you have a caste system for data, and that creates like bad incentives. I don't think this conversation about arbitrary data would be as heated if the attackers could only put 1 megabyte worth of arbitrary data, if you call them attackers for doing such, into Taproot, because it would be like, oh, okay, well, they could also just do that in the out points too. They can do that anywhere else in the transactions of the block. So that's my thought on it.
Okay, that makes sense. I mean, I have something to say about that, but let's hear from Zach. What do you got to say? You want to unmute? Okay.
Hey guys, yeah, thanks for having me up. I'm interested to get a sentiment check on Chris Guida's proposal, RIA proof of work change, merging it into a version of knots as an item in the back pocket, as it were, in case the miners need to be fired, I guess. Yeah, looking for a sentiment check.
Yeah, I can talk about that a little bit. I think the BIP-110 side really doesn't care if this is a soft fork or a hard fork. There's kind of gonna be a new direction either way, and it's not like if I'm not saying that the BIP-110 people are gonna like sell all their coins in like a speculative kind of thing, but it's just kind of like this new path is about a better set of opcodes is going forward either by soft fork or hard fork. And if the difficulty remains so hard because they just can't get the mining power that they have, and I don't know if that's going to happen, like right afterwards, or if they're going to like wait a week or two for like some of these kind of weird incentives, fees piling up on the soft fork chain, piling up, whatever. But I just think it's just one of the things you have to realize about Luke is that Luke prepares for things that nobody's been thinking about. Mm, It's not like Luke made a proof of work change for the BIP 110 scenarios. Luke has been thinking about proof of work chains to protect against state attack for
Since
10
SegWit.
years. Yes. Um, So like it's just kind of like the ammo in the BIP-110 camp is just a lot larger than people think it is. And like and it has the
Okay.
support of the
So
plebs,
like,
yeah.
so you guys are willing to go all the way.
What do you mean by all the way?
You guys are willing to do a proof of work change and follow this to the end. But like, do people understand what that entails? Like,
N-
do you guys get it? You guys get how this is going to go?
I don't think anybody knows how this is going to go. David, did you want to jump in there?
It's going to be a stillborn shitcoin. That's how this is going to go.
Okay. David, what do you have to say there?
I just was so he was saying he was curious about the sentiment, and so like I think like seems like Simple is totally down with the proof of work change. It seems like you think like it's a great thing to have in your armory. I think it's insane that they have gone from like there's no dispute, like there's no user rejected soft fork to we're we're ready with Luke's 10-year-old proof of work fork. So like from me personally, like it's an indication that they are realizing that they've lost. I believe you, Simple, that you don't think that's what it shows. It just shows like, you know, I'm not like doubting you or anything. I'm just saying like I think like Chris obviously knows that like the chances of any success at BIP-110 have gone down to essentially zero at this point, right? Like I guess it's too late now for the signaling to actually happen. So we know that won't have happened. So like then what are you going to do?
I don't know. I think you should be
And yeah, I
careful with
mean,
that
we
kind of
always knew.
stuff. Like you don't want to. So throughout the past couple months,
Careful about what?
so throughout the past couple months, I've been like very careful about like how I say things. You know, like I am for BIP-110. I think this is the best thing. I have never once said I think it's going to win. Like even you right now saying like it's essentially clear that it's not going to win.
No,
No,
I mean, it's already failed its own signaling period. That's the just its own rules. It's failed already, right?
it's not going to win the 55%, but that doesn't mean it's not going to win the soft fork. You know, like you have a
Right, which is why Chris is now pushing forward the proof of work alternative, right? Like
no, I
that's the
mean like
timing
all
seems directly related,
all the
right?
miners could
Yeah, can I ask David? Do you sorry, let me
Go
just
for it.
ask real quick, David. Do you know the difference between an MASF and a UASF?
I do.
Okay, then that's what we're dealing with right now. There was an MASF portion. Now we're getting into a UASF portion.
I
We're going to see
know,
how that
and
goes.
they've already brushed up the proof of work change now, which is a very
Well,
clear
that would be
indicator that
after
they
the
don't
UASF.
expect that to work. Right? Yes. So before it was certain that there was no resistance, right? There had to be URSF in order to lose, right? Did we not hear that? Am I crazy? Right? Like, wasn't that what was conveyed?
Planning for contingencies is not an admittance of failure.
Okay,
So
I agree.
you
It's
can
not. It's an
take it that way, but it's not.
indication. It's an indication that it's going to fail, though, right? Like, I think it's more likely now than it was before that now that it failed the first test that it set for itself.
Well, I would say that miners failed the first test, failed the MASF portion, but we got
Okay.
another portion coming up. But you're speaking in absolutes, and I'm just saying
The
it's not
absolute I'm
that
speaking
cut and
about is
dry.
that it failed its own test of the miner activated soft fork. That's it.
Well,
It's the only
the
thing I
good news
spoke in
is it
absolutes
can't
about.
fail its UASF portion. It's mandated.
That's right. It can't.
For everyone who's running it,
correct.
yeah.
I guess my opinion is like I just don't care if somebody wants to like literally fork Bitcoin and turn Bitcoin into their own version, and they do that, like they're allowed to. Permissionless network. You're free to come. You're free to go. Like I can't tell you what to do.
100% agreed. They just don't seem to recognize they're going to go.
That's okay.
That's what I'm driving at. That's what I'm
the
driving at. Thank you.
yeah. Go ahead.
I 100% agree too. People should be allowed to fork off if they want, but do a lot of these people that are following realize that? Do they understand how this works?
Can I?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you don't mind, just let me kind of put forward the position of probably the idiot in the room. The idiot in the room might think that he's thought a little bit further ahead than 5 seconds. And so if BIP-110 fails, I'm pretty sure I don't lose all my Bitcoin. And then, as stated, the BIP-110 chain, if it goes through a, proof of work change, becomes the next shitcoin. But maybe the BIP-110 guys are thinking maybe 5 more seconds down the road and thinking, okay, I'll hold on to both. And when the inevitability of capture happens on the quote unquote Bitcoin, and all the decisions are made at the, company and government level, and then all of a sudden the transactions are getting censored, not because, of some, contentious change, but because somebody stepped in and said, make this happen, who's more powerful than all of us. Then we just go, oh, hey guys, the BIP-110 chain's still here. It was the one that said no to the capture. And I'm not saying that that's exactly what's going to happen, but that's definitely in the minds of the people who are on the BIP-110 side.
Are we all going to be friends after this? Like, are we going to come together and just like hang out?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's cool. I'm excited.
Yeah. Listen, man, I totally, again, sent you that message. I'm super glad. In fact, this has been one of the best spaces I've seen less, let alone participated in. And it's not that the BIP-110 side doesn't want to be friends. It's that the BIP-110 side at least views themselves as looking further down the road and going, hey guys, you're making a mistake. And then when they say that, what they're met with is, well, you're not in charge, or, well, we don't like the way that you're telling us we're making a mistake. And it's like, I get it. I get how arguments happen, and somebody might have a really valid freaking point, but they delivered it to me wrong, and so I'm going to ignore it. And I continually hear that from the non-BIP-110 side as, this, I'm not even going to say it, but the argument of, putting things on there that are unsavory, that argument just, threw me off. And it's like, I get it. You know what? Overstepped the argument. It doesn't make the point or the view of what's down the road any less valid.
Well, if BIP-110 wins, I will make a post on my Twitter saying I was wrong.
Like when?
And I will have to. And I'll have to use your
in a
your
year
chain
or 2 years.
What'd you say? Sorry.
Yeah, exactly, Steve.
Win. Like I think you see the win-loss as on Saturday.
The current iteration is this Saturday, and yeah, there's going to be another one, but this one is Saturday.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Sure. So you guys understand you're losing on Saturday, right?
What's up?
They all do understand they're not going to win on Saturday, right? They've moved on to the next one.
No,
I think anyone who's that confident is incorrect.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, I think there's a lot of I think Portland and David and Tidwell that was on here earlier kind of that there's a lot of these BIP-110 guys that have this crazy overconfidence and this ridiculous overconfidence. But then you have people that I think Zek and some other people that have the same kind of like why would you go that full, like, this is over, this is done? Like,
I mean, I can, yeah, I can
why
answer
would you?
that. I can answer. You guys don't have consensus. You don't have hash, and there's no indication that it would win at this point. That's
In the current iteration.
What are we talking
I
about?
think-
Like, anything can, like, this is Bitcoin, man. There's nobody in charge. Anything, like, the crazy things that okay, who predicted that the cold card hack was happening? How many people would have told you that MK1 was more secure than any of the other MK2, MK3, MK4 in the environment we're in, where everybody thinks that if you
MK2 was good too.
you should
5 to 7
MK2
people.
is good too. But that's what I'm just saying. It's just like, this is Bitcoin, man. Like, you never know what's going to happen tomorrow.
JW
So, like,
Weatherman would be like
there's
the only guy that would have said it. Maybe.
okay. Well,
There's
I
like
respect.
no one. Yeah, no,
I
you're right.
respect
You're right
your
about that.
guys'.
Good point.
I respect your guys' right to be in an echo chamber and comfort each other.
I
What,
already
how
said
are we
I'll
in
write
a
the tweet if
comfort
you're
each
right.
other?
Again,
What?
like Steve was saying, it's, yeah, you're right. Okay, it may not happen. It may not be, on Saturday. But at what point down the road is it like, oh wait, Bitcoin was right, or BIP-110 was right? And then two, Zach, I continually hear the word consensus thrown out as far as, whether we have it or not. Again, define consensus for me. How are you measuring that? Because you're telling me I'm in an echo chamber, yet whenever I look outside, I see a lot of people agreeing with me that I've never met, never talked to.
That's
And
because
so,
you're in an echo chamber.
yeah, okay, I have no ability to. What if I say? What if I say you're in an echo chamber?
I'll
Well,
put in
that's
a
fine.
definition of rough
That's fine.
consensus for you.
Okay, go
Yeah,
ahead.
I don't think the echo chamber conversation like is helpful here, because, like,
Agreed.
I'm kind of like Uncle Bullish, where I have a meetup, I have people come in person. I see YouTube comments, I see Twitter comments. Like, it's really hard to tell, because, like, a lot of the people that were in the NBK Matt Odell circle, they all live in Austin or Nashville, and they all kind of, like, talk to each other. And, like, I'm friends with some of those people, and some of those people say they don't know anybody that supports BIP-110. And so, like, if you're in the Austin, Nashville dev circle and you've never met anybody that supports BIP-110, that is that's more evidence that you're in an echo chamber than if you're kind of like me, where, like, you run a meetup and you see both sides, and, like, you have all of these people. So I just think accusing people of being in an echo chamber, it kind of works both ways, is what I'm saying. Yeah, go ahead, Portland.
Oh, my hand was just raised. I apologize.
Or Neil, your hand's been raised for a while. I'm sorry, I haven't been checking the hands. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. I was just wanting to bring up this point, like, when we're talking about, like, the dialogue, the discourse that's happened, like, I am kind of related to the echo chamber. Like, I'm surprised by how little people are interested in, like, that kind of adversarial thinking, like trying to understand where the attacks that we don't see obviously in front of us, like, where are our blind spots, where are our vulnerable points, and, like, that idea of, like, when I'm looking at these two sets of protocol rules, like, which one actually helps us, against, how do we harden the chain? Which one's more defensible? Like, and maybe you want to say, maybe you want to argue that there's flaws, and the BIP-110 chain is opens us up. Like, those are arguments to be had, but, like, that's not a conversation in almost a year that I've heard people legitimately talk about. Like, hey, why are we actually, like, why are these boundaries? Why are the protocol rules written the way they are? What ends do they serve? How do they actually, help us, help me as an individual with my, the reasons that I'm using Bitcoin, and then collectively, like, what are they for? Like, I just that that conversation, I've been looking for it. I have not found it. And it's just like it's very disappointing to me because the cold card stuff, all this other like the powers that be are coming for Bitcoin at some point. Like that is going to happen. And this idea that Bitcoin just won and we don't have to fucking do anything about it and we could just TikTok next block and it just goes.
I would like to answer this.
I don't know. It's frustrating to me.
Can I answer? Okay.
Yeah, go for it.
Cool. I evaluate these things like threat vectors to Bitcoin, spam as a threat vector. I don't agree with BIP-110 as a way to solve a threat vector of spam because I don't believe that spam would exist in a Bitcoin where Bitcoin was used as a money often, right? Like the free market, the value of moving money around as a use case outpaces all other use cases. As such, like they would be the buyers of block space. Spam is a symptom of a failed fee market. As such, like when trying to mitigate that attack, which I think is the worst attack on Bitcoin or like most damaging, like people not using Bitcoin is the ultimate attack on Bitcoin because that means nobody cares. And so my goal is not to spend my time limiting Bitcoin and trying to find a technical solution for a social problem. My goal is to find out how do I provide goods, services, etc., that people want to give their Bitcoin up for value so I can then spend my Bitcoin for more stuff, creating on-chain transactions, outbidding the spam, making Bitcoin the money of the future. I don't think there's no technical solution in Bitcoin right now that you could just soft fork in tomorrow and you fix the problem. People aren't using Bitcoin. Other chains have tried. Bitcoin Cash added all the features. Nobody uses that. We need people to be focusing on like, what can they do as humans to get people to use Bitcoin? Like there's a social issue with Bitcoin. People need to use it. So yeah, like in terms of the attack surface, like I don't consider spam a good attack, and I'd rather focus on what I consider the real attack, which is like people not using Bitcoin.
So for me, like I don't even. I think that the word spam is a disservice almost. Like I don't even give a shit about spam. Like I care. It's arbitrary data that literally means it's discretionary. It doesn't matter. Like
all data is arbitrary on Bitcoin.
I care about the shape, right? And I got into it with that Daniel Berg guy. Like he's like, yes, BIP-110 changes the shape of the data that can go onto the chain. And it's like, yes, exactly. That's the whole point. I want to change the shape of the data because the shape is the form, is the function. And like, that's how you prevent attack. Like, that's the whole point.
How does that prevent the attack though? Like, okay, let's say do you believe that BIP-110 shapes like are good enough to like start shaping data in a meaningful way?
I'm just saying when you have I can put an elephant in this package and ship it and it's all fine, right? That's different than like I can put something in a letter. Okay, like it's.
But that's I think a mischaracterization of BIP-110 because like BIP-110 doesn't stop people from putting elephants in the package. Like whatever method that you come up with to like, okay, I'm going to implement this rule. If I gave you like the genie's bottle and you could just wish these things into existence, I will always have a response to put more data in the chain. The problem with data on chain,
it's fundamental. It's literally steganography. Like you can just put arbitrary data into any. Like it is fundamental. So like I get that you guys keep focusing on this for like it being adjacent or like why? What's the thing? Like where does that matter?
There's also
I have a last component.
JPEG, right?
Can I? Okay. My last component of this is that, like, kind of going along the line of like, okay, you could drill down spam all the way to the bottom, and I will still have a response for another way to do it. The way you can stop spam is a permissioned protocol. Like that, open protocols are always prone to spam. Email. It's absolutely, if you don't use a centralized provider that's permissioned, full of spam. So closing it up, like if you truly want to end spam, you need something like a Fedwire. You need something with a king. You need somebody to anoint these transactions and delete the ones that are bad. Bitcoin, because it's a cryptographic proof of the chain moving forward in a permissionless fashion, means that somebody can always stick something in the chain if there's demand to pay for it.
So Portland, let me just kind of bring this back to a different previous conversation. I agree with you on I don't agree with you on arbitrary data. I do think you can define arbitrary data as bytes that contribute to the outcome of script validity versus bytes that don't. Um, but in the more general sense, this is why I pushed back against you and Tidwell earlier when you were trying to say that like off-chain layer 2, layer 3, layer 4 commitments should be considered a part of Bitcoin, because whether or not on-chain fees serve to outcompete spam and make money a thing where like monetary transactions are more important than non-monetary transactions, that is not independent of whether you think these off-chain commitments are a part of Bitcoin. So like if Lightning was made harder to exist, if Bitcoin got more conservative and more like kind of militant about what is Bitcoin and what is not Bitcoin, and no off-chain commitment was a part of Bitcoin, that would make it harder for L2 things to exist. Making it harder for L2 things to exist would force more natural monetary transactions on chain. Forcing more natural monetary transactions on chain would have the thing that you're talking about, where that kind of fee market naturally exists, where the monetary transactions outcompete the spam. But so long as you're in the so long as you're in the
What?
position where you're saying that these off-chain commitments are the same thing as Bitcoin is on-chain commitments, then you're putting yourself in a position where why would anybody ever go on chain when off-chain is the same thing as
Because you
on-chain?
can't accept the trade-offs. Because the problem with off-chain, like having pre-signs, commitments for layer 2s, is you actually don't really own that Bitcoin yet. You kind of
But
exist in
that
like a
contradicts
trusted
your
state.
that contradicts your earlier point about saying that the BIP-1 changes, like, invalidates something real.
Those transactions
No,
aren't.
it does not.
Yeah, yes, it does. So,
Can I finish?
all right, sure, go ahead. But I'm sure
Closing
it
it.
does. But go ahead.
The transactions, all I'm stating is like they're valid signed transactions. If the Bitcoin network hasn't seen them, that's fine. But the Bitcoin network actually truly can't actually tell when I signed them. I could have signed it moments before I broadcasted it. I could have signed it months ago. It's just a signature proving that it's real. My point on earlier about pre-signed transactions is if the network disables functionality through consensus, I just was making my statement. I believe that is confiscation. And I don't like, for example, if somebody disables pay to script hash because it's really nasty or we found a bug, it can be an incredibly good reason for that. Obviously, these Bitcoiners came together and said we're disabling it. But if I have my money in that type of output, my money was taken from me. Like I can't
No, it
use that
wasn't
money.
because it was grandfathered in.
That assumes that it is grandfathered in.
It is
like
grandfathered in BIP-110.
I don't know. I don't like that framing. I still feel like in my view of Bitcoin, like my money was taken from me if I've signed transactions, even if they're dated for the future. There's a reason why unlock time exists.
And that's what I'm saying. That's the slippery slope that is going to enter you into the position where your theory about monetary transactions outcompeting spam transactions isn't going to work for you, is because you're expanding what Bitcoin is into something that's not Bitcoin. And in that world, spam transactions monetary transactions don't outcompete spam transactions. You have to be clear that on-chain is Bitcoin and that
on-chain is
pre-commitments.
Bitcoin.
There's
It's
no
a layer
basis
one.
for the statement you just made. You just said it.
I want to throw something out. When I'm talking about like on-chain fees right now, I don't think that layer 2s, even if you take all the layer 2 activity that's happening on Bitcoin right now, and you just, let's just say you got your, like maybe like you got, not you, maybe I got my wish because I don't like these layer 2s, right? And I disable all pre-signs. Like somehow we can figure it out. We disable them. Even if you put all that and you gave them an option to go back on chain immediately, even if you took all that behavior and put it on chain, I still think the fee market wouldn't be incredibly healthy. I don't think there's a lot
I
of activity.
disagree with that, man. Lightning is
Ooh.
crazy, dude. So many people that I know in my meetup, and I know I'm just talking about my circle right here now, just won't go on chain, dude. I bring pizza to my meetup, right?
Okay.
And
Yeah.
I put a on chain printed out address to donate to my meetup. Nobody will donate to me because it's not Lightning.
Okay. But the other thing is like, okay, so let's say, do you believe Lightning's a large portion of the layer 2 activity on chain right now?
Is Lightning a large portion
Like if
of
you had to take
the
all the layer 2 activity, is Lightning like the largest over, let's just say 50%? Do you think that's the case in
of
terms of
all the well, I mean that gets in, like, is Coinbase a layer 2?
no, I'm talking like, okay, let's just go with like unilateral exit layer 2 protocols and a little bonus liquid, I guess. It'd be like Arc, Bark, Lightning. I'll throw in liquid, kind of like the common layer 2s, I guess. But I get what you're saying there. But do you think
I
Lightning?
don't think it would be a lot. I think it would be less than I transact in a week.
We would still have super low fees. Like it's
Because my I guess I'll get to my point. I believe that
we're
even
at
if
sub one
what's the
set fee
evidence for
by
that? So okay,
fees now.
let's say
that,
every Lightning transaction since Lightning was invented went on chain. Like let's say, oh no, let's just say like over the past month or over the past year, all Lightning transactions were instead on chain transactions. You guys don't think that would change the fee market?
The transactions wouldn't have all happened. It's a stupid hypothetical.
it's sort of along the lines of like, okay, like
I thought that's what you were asking.
No, I guess yeah, that is what I'm asking. I didn't formulate it quite right, but ultimately what I'm saying is basically like, if I took all the layer 2 activity that would kind of still happen, not every, like me sending back and forth my own wallet 10,000 times just to get 10,000 transactions on chain. I mean, like actual, like, hey, like I purchased a good or service or whatever from an exchange or not. Like my point is, if you took all that activity, put it on chain, I don't think there would be a heavy modification of the current fee market, because the signal that Lightning is being heavily used or like used a lot would be channel open closes due to rebalancing, right? Like that's a signature of Lightning usage.
Yeah, but after those Lightning channels that are opened or closed, and like tons of transactions happen in those channels, and all those. What I'm saying is like, in order to make the comparison you're making, you have to put all of the transactions on chain.
Okay, I guess if you took, okay, I'll give you this. If you took every single transaction, and I'll give my example why, and put it on chain, yeah, you probably would have a way higher fee market, assuming the participants were willing to pay the on-chain fees, because some people will transact on Lightning just because of the fact that like you can just send to yourself, rebalance, etc. But actual purchase of goods and services, I don't think so. And then my example would be here, like just as the RIAA back in like the early 2000s would count the number of like downloads as on a torrent site as the number of lost sales for a song, like a CD purchase. It's like kind of the same logic in my opinion. Like not every illegal download was a lost sale. A lot of those individuals never would have purchased the music in the first place.
That's fair.
In the same way,
I'll give
like
you
a
that.
lot of individuals, like I might not make certain transactions on Lightning if I actually had to pay. Like I wouldn't send 2 sats to a wallet of Satoshi for fun. Like I've done that many times. D++ has the
You can send microsats over Lightning. Yeah, those
yeah,
are
but
transactions
like
that are never going on chain.
yeah, like D++ has the Mario Kart thing that pays you out in sats, right? Like I wouldn't
Sure.
be doing every single one of those on chain. The game wouldn't exist. There would be no demand to do it.
Yeah, that's a fair point. There would be less, like some people that choose between making a transaction on chain and Lightning. They'll do it on Lightning, but they wouldn't have done it on chain because they have to pay a fee on chain. Like I totally agree with you that it would have reduced the
Thank you.
total. But my point is that like it's again, in the deeper disposition of this stuff is that like Bitcoin should not at any point in any time consider any layer 2 like what anybody's use cases want to do at any point. Because when you do this, what you do is like you move that activity off chain. And then like the fee market on
But
Bitcoin,
that's the whole thing that you're
it,
trying to do right now, is to
it
consider all this
suffers.
stuff and to shut it down, right? Like you're trying to consider all of it and then shut all of it down individually, right? Like that's what you're proposing.
What?
You're proposing considering all of it, finding out everything. What is everyone doing? And if it's not just a main chain transaction, then you're concerned about it and you want to stop it. So like you are trying to
No,
consider all of it.
no, I'm not trying to stop anything. Like the free market can do whatever it wants. My contention is that I see a lot
What?
of
What's
people.
the whole BIP-110 thing, right? You want to stop the things that you don't like, right? Isn't that
I'm
the whole
talking.
plan?
I think BIP-110 has a better set of opcodes. What problem do you
It's
have with me thinking BIP-110 has a better set of opcodes?
I just think it's literally about deciding what kinds of transactions you like or don't
It's
like. And if
That's
it's
your
literally
not, I
meant
opinion.
to
really don't
stop
understand what it
spam.
is.
Okay,
What are we talking about?
that's your opinion. That's not my opinion.
Hold on. Can I get real quick?
Okay.
Like, what happened with BSV after they increased their op returns?
I didn't
Their
really
chain grew to
follow
like
that.
18
just
terabytes in 2 years.
correlation?
What's up?
We have a limit on the
Like-
block size. That's a completely different question, right?
But well, they're loading their chain with all kinds of crazy.
You're aware
shit
there's a
that
block size limit,
happened.
right?
Yes.
So you
what
understand
about
that
the
Hold on,
that keeps
I
it
got-
from
I
being
got-
as
I
big
got
as
it.
BSV? All right, go ahead.
Back to my original point. The reason why the chain's loaded with garbage is because there's no actual fee market for goods, services, or monetary activity.
Right.
Who cares what it costs nothing. I remember back in the day, I was doing like the calc because I saw that BSV. I was like, how big's the chain? Like, how big could this thing be with 4 gigabyte blocks? And I go in, it's like 17 terabytes after like 2 years. This was almost 3 or 4 years ago. But I was like, okay, I want to see like if I can just like DOS them. Like I want them to store all the data. I want to put The Witcher 3 on their server, on their nodes, right? And the total fees were like $72 or something. But I didn't want to buy BSV, so I didn't do it. But still, like if they had a fee market for that block space, it would have made it for anybody impossible, right, to put that much on. But because it was so cheap, if I didn't want to avoid buying BSV, I could have done that. I could have got my BSV and dumped on their chain.
Portland, I may take offense at you characterizing my transactions as garbage, but nonetheless, like I shouldn't be allowed in a reasonable fee market to make tens of thousands of transactions on main chain for little cost. That the appropriate response is to price me out from making those transactions.
I am doing my very best, sir. I am literally trying my best to price you out.
I kind of feel like
Let's let Bullish speak for a second here.
Sorry.
I kind of feel like this line of argumentation of, the fee market and the free market is kind of forgetting that Bitcoin hasn't become the money yet. And so, it's been, however many years, and we're like, hey, this thing hasn't, where are all the fees on chain? And where are all the transactions on chain?
Do you want to know?
Well,
sorry.
I'm here to fix it, and let's gen up and generate, revenue. And it's like, one, that seems like it's a little preemptive, and maybe Bitcoin has further to go before it actually obtains what everybody's so ready for it to have. And then two, and damn, I forgot where I was going with number two.
Okay, you can go. I'd like to respond though.
No, go ahead.
Bitcoin, in my opinion, has made a regression in terms of the spendability. So like I used to, back in the day, I would buy computer parts from Newegg, video games on Steam, Microsoft Store. There were like a lot of places that accepted Bitcoin locally. Like there were restaurants in Portland that accepted Bitcoin. They do not have their "We accept Bitcoin" signs on the front doors anymore. I know you got like Stripe and payment integrations. I haven't quite gone to a restaurant and seen one of those yet. But yeah, there was a time where you could literally just go like get an address and pay for stuff. That is not the case. The Newegg doesn't take Bitcoin for computer parts. I can't buy video games online. I can't buy Microsoft services. That's what I really think Bitcoin
CoinKite
does.
still takes Bitcoin, Portland.
Ooh, that's a sore spot.
No, listen, I completely I agree.
I think that especially for on-chain transactions, like a online marketplace is one of the best way to get Bitcoin for your goods or services, because you don't have a customer sitting in front of you, right? Waiting like to leave with their groceries. They literally can just pay and then you can just get the thing in the mail, or it gets delivered to you through your digital service provider. Why aren't more people just putting the Bitcoin logo right on their checkouts and giving me an address so I can send them money? I bring that back.
Because no, I understand, and here's what I'm saying. I feel like we're 5,000 years ago, and 8 vendors started taking gold, but then they stopped taking it because it was easier just to accept whatever the note was. But the people who had the gold, stayed fast, and eventually, we're at the begin. We're not even through the first inning of Bitcoin yet. I hear, oh, it's not working enough, and so now we have to, generate income over here. And so, and I remembered point number 2, and if anybody's ever heard of Jeff Booth, I keep hearing the free market. Bitcoin is the free market, and it's competing against the non-free market. And that non-free market can print money at will to destroy the free market. That's what we're up against. And so, every time I hear somebody make an argument that, well, the free market should price out the non-monetary use of Bitcoin, how? When the entire system outside of Bitcoin is able to gen up any amount of spending they want. And so that's not the free market on that side.
Maybe if Maxis hadn't been scaring off any developer that wanted to do anything interesting and innovative on Bitcoin for the past 10 years, we'd have more usage.
I will never apologize for Vitalik Buterin being where he's at right now.
So
Yeah,
I work at like a bank, and I work on like traditional like payments and stuff. And I'll just say like the reason is that like people don't want to spend it enough, and people don't want to accept it enough because like it's complicated. And that's really like all it comes down to. It's really not more complicated than that. Like if you go to Japan, you'll see like a bunch of different stickers for different ways you can pay for shit, like much more so than the US. Like different countries will have like all kinds of different ways that you can do it. And it really just it is literally just a classic network problem of like you need to have both sides of the market, right? And so like as a payments acceptor, I'm going to go to one person. I'm going to ask them to like help me accept credit cards. If they also want to help me accept Bitcoin, I'm probably gonna have no problem with that, especially if they take care of the tax implications, whatever. Like, why would I say no? Like, I'm just gonna be cool with like accepting money in whatever way. And if Bitcoin can give me like cheaper rates than I'm gonna get from the credit cards or whatever, I'm especially gonna say yes, right? But like, there's not that many people that want to pay it, so the like payment processors don't really push it. Like Square is pushing it a lot right now. Square is actually a really major terminal. So like that could be a thing that over time like builds this up into a thing that starts to matter. I would guess that because in the US there are tax implications for spending your Bitcoin, there just aren't that many people that want to spend like small amounts of Bitcoin on transactions because they don't want to deal with like the tax implications of that. So it's like it's a weird and like kind of stupid like answer, but like I think that's a lot of it. It's just like too complicated on both sides ultimately.
That's not a stupid answer at all. That I completely agree. And that's my point. That's where the innovation is. Where the innovation is letting people accept it and not, well, what else can we use it for?
One quick thing I want to just say to you, Uncle Bullish, because I think it was you who'd asked before about like what does consensus mean. I posted this thing in the nest. I had not understood what rough consensus meant at all until I read this. I'm not saying you should read the whole thing. I'll give like a 20-second TLDR on this. Rough consensus in like technical communities is about the idea that every technical objection has been addressed to the point where everyone largely agrees that like it's been responded to, even if there is an intransigent minority who says like, I still don't accept it. So like it's kind of a weird like thing. It makes sense. It's called rough consensus. Like it's not, but the point is there shouldn't be like some technical objection to the like thing you're trying to do that has been completely ignored, right? There should be a clear response to it. It should be clear to the majority or whatever. It's not clear that's like an exact vote, whatever. But like most of the technical community feels like every technical concern has actually been addressed. So it hasn't been ignored. It's been addressed and moved on from. So like that's the idea of rough consensus.
Okay, I just
And
gotta
I know
start.
that's
I just
like
I
gotta
that
jump
agree,
in
doesn't
and
here.
I
really
think
answer
Steve and
everything,
I
but that's the
touched on
idea.
that.
It's,
I agree with that, and I think Steve and I touched on that, which
yeah.
was with the question earlier. Okay, then tell me what needs to be fixed. And Portland, to your credit, you had a laundry list. Not to your credit, almost every single one of them I heard was, not is. And so so at what point have we fixed everything for the other side? And if your acceptance of it is the measuring stick,
I was
well then
steel
that's
manning, by the way. Like I don't actually believe all those things. Like I played
no,
the
no.
role of.
Yeah, I got you. And I'm just saying that's kind of the point that Steve was making earlier, is that this thing did start off rough. It is quick, but one, it every pushback that was a legitimate one got addressed,
No,
and
it
again,
hasn't. No, it
oh,
hasn't. What are you talking about? None of the concerns have been addressed whatsoever. The BIP
okay.
does not.
As far as the BIP is concerned,
Sorry, I'm not gonna allow that kind of stuff here. Go ahead, Uncle.
as far as the BIP is concerned, whether it does what one person thinks another person says it does, that's irrelevant. Is it going to? Does it have
Just to be clear, what I would say on the rough consensus piece is that it's the fact that you're trying to take this to consensus instead of policy is what, like, there's a lot of developer concern about that across most developers in the space, not a small portion. And so like I think that's the piece that has not like reached rough consensus. Like it's not that like you can't do your policy rules. Like if you wanted this to just be pure policy, I think you'd be fine, right? You could move forward. But it's the idea that you're going to actually like change consensus on these things is what has like very strong objection from a lot of the technical community that I agree Luke has responded to, but I would not agree that like most of the technical community agrees that he's right, the response.
and we understand the difference between a consensus rule and a policy change, and the point is when do you think that a consensus change is more appropriate than simply a policy change?
I mean, I think it's when rough consensus has been achieved. It's not like a useful answer. It's like it's very circular. I'm sorry. Like I get it. Like I don't blame you at all for being frustrated by this whole thing.
I appreciate it.
Portland, you got something to chime in on here?
I guess I got kind of like I'm kind of closing out here. I'm getting a little tired. I gotta eat and get back to like poning some services as part of red teaming. I guess my opinion is like if I could choose between like arguing about like BIP-110 and kind of coming to the conclusion, even if BIP-110ers get their way, I would have instead 100% chosen the option of like kind of just building to make Bitcoin a better money, like just building services. Like we ran into the era of like AI surpassing most computer programmers at this point. The ability to build tools to move Bitcoin point A to point B in an automated fashion or person to person has never been easier for anybody. The cost of writing code, the skill needed is basically zero. AI turns English into executables. And we spent that time like arguing with each other over policy for years, 2.5, then consensus. We get our crescendo and it ends. But I think there was a lot that could have been done during that time instead of this arguing. Like my own time was used. I wasted some of that time like just yelling at people online. It wasn't productive. But it's what Bitcoiners do.
That's fair, man. I appreciate you coming in here and giving your opinion on all this, man. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for hosting. I appreciate it. It's been really good.
Yeah, Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Okay, I would like to just throw out one more thing.
All right. All right.
The cold card event was pretty brutal, and I'm really sorry for anybody who did have their funds rugged. But what it did show me is that when things are real, when the money can be lost, everybody seems to come together really nicely to help each other out. Like I was yelling at online, they were yelling at me, calling each other names, like we were literally, okay, we got a dude who's got like a Mark III, like let's get him out of here, And, it was pretty sweet. So
Amen.
Thank you for all you did with all that, Portland. Really.
Oh, dude, I'm glad people made it out, man. Like that was the worst of the worst. Like I don't know how there could be a bigger fuck up from a hardware wallet company. Literally cannot think of a bigger way other than.
Oof, that's a whole nother topic.
Okay, I'll let you go. Thank you again. Bye.
All right, thanks, Portland. Bitcoin Anon had your hand up here. Go ahead and jump in.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you guys already covered this, but with the Clarity Act coming, a big reason why I like 110 is we're shutting off the on-ramps for stablecoins. I want to make it difficult. I want to make it frustrating for people that want to build fiat systems on Bitcoin. And it's as simple as that.
Can you? I don't follow the news, man. What is the Clarity Act?
It's basically the regulation that they've put through the House and now the Senate to basically green light the creation of stablecoins from three parties. You can have banks issue them. You can have federal issuers and state issuers. And then some of the state licensed and federal licensed ones can just be retailers. So they can basically appoint retailers like Starbucks or Target or Walmart to start issuing stablecoins, which will just be basically like white labeled versions of Tether, I'm sure, or some other provider. But basically, you're onboarding everyone into a CBDC and everything but name, right? The only thing that makes it not a CBDC is the fact that there's a private issuer instead of a government issuer. But if you read the Genius Act, which was the prior act, it states that anyone that issues a stablecoin has to basically turn on and off the money anytime the government tells them to. So I don't want to be building these fiat systems onto Bitcoin. A lot of these things use op return, and they would benefit from larger op return, and I want to shut that shit down.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't really heard anything about the Clarity Act. I don't really consider that stuff very much. The one thing I did hear about the Clarity Act was that it gave self-custody pretty clear definition. What's your opinion on the clear definition or the self-custody aspect of the Clarity Act?
Sorry about that. I was fumbling with the mute button. That's great. I think that's fine. But all of these legislative actions, they give with one hand, they take with the other. And I think we're setting ourselves up for a really bad time in the future if we're starting to allow more and more fiat games onto layer 2s for Bitcoin, because this thing that's going on with the Bolt swap thing is terrifying. We haven't gotten a good explanation for what that is. They just kind of waved their hands and said, oh, AI is attacking us. But that's really not an explanation. To me, it looks like they're strangling the on-ramps and off-ramps for Lightning, and they're going to want to substitute stablecoins for that instead. So all liquidity in and out of Bitcoin will have to go through stablecoin rails. It's the only non-custodial way to swap in and out of Lightning and Liquid right now, and we can't do it.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I let you on here because I wanted
has nothing
to
to
hear
do
what
with the
you
Clarity Act, right? Like
Well,
the Clarity Act has a bunch of
hang
different.
on.
Go ahead.
Hang on, David. Sorry. I wanted to let Bitcoin Anon on here to see if you had something to say, but we kind of had like a conversation about pretty deep stuff about Bitcoin, BIP-110. We're kind of transitioning kind of quickly. I just wanted to make sure, like, is anybody with their hand raised, like trying to say something about the previous conversation before we transition? I am interested in the Clarity Act, but I don't want to transition unless people don't want to. All right, let me just get Jetty Weddy up here real
Look,
quick.
dude, you guys need a single IQ'd meathead caveman Bitcoiner. Okay, and it just so happens you brought him on stage. Okay,
Okay.
so I'm gonna
All right.
explain
Let's
it
hear it for a
the
second.
way
Let's
I
hear
see
it.
it. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, right now I'm gonna read it to you. I am
Okay.
47.33% through downloading Bitcoin Core because I'm running my own node because you guys need some help. I don't. You guys, Jesus, dude. You guys. Okay, so look. First, we got to define it. Okay, what is spam? Say I define it based off 2 criteria. First is it's widely distributed, and second thing is it costs effectively nothing. Okay, that's my definition. I don't know how you guys define spam.
It's
So
complicated, man. If you're new to this, like you're dealing with people who have thought about this for a long time, man.
sure. However, they are widely broadcasting to the network, but it's not free. So in my definition, it's not spam because they're
Yeah.
paying the
Okay.
miners to broadcast whatever BS that they want to broadcast. Additionally, who defines what is frivolous or useless information? If
Yeah.
in a
It's
permissionless system,
hard.
no one can give permission.
Yeah.
So
It's a tough thing, man. It's a tough thing. Um, we're gonna move on to like the Clarity Act stuff because like honestly, it's a hard thing. You got to think about it.
yeah,
I'll just say one thing as far as that's concerned. Not to give the Supreme Court answer of porn is something that you'll know when you see it.
Yeah.
Instead, I'll say this. If we go with the premise that Bitcoin is money, money is what you use to acquire something. And if that something is on the chain, then that's not money.
that was the oddest circular reasoning I've ever heard.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it's a good transition to go to Clarity Act stuff right now. I'm not trying to be a dictator here, but Bitcoin or non, did you want to continue with what you said about that?
Sorry, I'm stuffing my face. No, I said
Okay.
most of what I wanted to about it. It's just that ahead of this regulation being pushed forward, it's very, very suspicious to me that we have 2 attacks on self-custody. On one on self-custody Bitcoin, the hardware wallets, the other on the only non-custodial way to swap in and out of Lightning and Liquid. And to me, that's like a very clear message of, okay, we're going to move everything on to stable coins in the future here, and we're prepping the guardrails for it. And BIP-110 makes it harder for them.
So, like, I don't know that much about these stablecoin portions of the Clarity Act, so like I'll just accept as true everything that you said. I think there's a couple things the Clarity Act currently does that are really good. One is that it actually protects self-custody, which right now we might be a little bit concerned about, but like incredibly important that we have like actual legal protection for this, because there has been a series of things that have tried to say that like you're a money transmitter if you're effectively like just self-custody in your Bitcoin. You should not need to register with 50 states in order to self-custody. It would be great to have a federal law that says that you don't have to do that. And 2 is protections for, again, it's going to sound a little bit sketchy right now, but open source software developers as they're working on these projects. That does not mean that gross negligence and like actions you were taking could be pursued, but the fact that the software that you wrote was used for a crime has led to at least 2 people that are in prison right now, another guy that will be probably soon, related to Bitcoin stuff. And I think that's really fucked up. So the idea that like open source software developers should be able to write Bitcoin code, and that should not, just because someone uses that to do something nefarious, lead to their imprisonment, I think is actually super important. So anyway, those are the good parts of the Clarity Act. Not saying I defend the whole thing. Most of the rest of it is all like shitcoin stuff that I don't care about and I haven't like looked into, and I'm not really, not excited about. But like those are the 2 things that I am like hoping will be preserved if it does pass, and I think are actually like really good for us if they do pass. Does not mean the whole thing couldn't end up being bad because the stablecoin stuff or whatever. So again, not trying to like, I haven't focused super on the stablecoin stuff. I'm not an expert on any of it. Don't want to like discount what you were saying at all. Just saying there's a couple good things for Bitcoiners in the legislation.
Yeah, and I'll be fair. That's all good stuff too. I wish they hadn't gutted the de minimis tax exemption, because that's a very clear sign they're not going to let this become payments. They want to substitute stable coins for payments instead. And I just want to make everything as difficult as possible for them to do that, right? Because they're basically going to put the whole country on welfare through these stable coins.
I haven't really looked into this very much. I'm interested in what Eddie has to say. I'll just have to say, like, we're you know kind of wrapping up here. Like, what do you have to say, Eddie?
Oh man, dude, I've been waiting for like, I don't know, 20, 30 minutes. I was really hoping for the BIP-110 stuff. I'll be honest.
Right, yeah, let's get back to it. Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, great, perfect. Look, I know there's tons of BIP-110 supporters, right? I'm willing to do a little gambling. I want to bet my account. If BIP-110 passes, I will delete it. And I just want somebody to take the other end of the bet. That's it, right? No money involved. We just put our accounts on the line. Whichever side wins, then so be it.
How are
That's
you
it.
gonna? How do you propose to do that? Like,
Saturday's
practically.
the date, right? Saturday's the day that all the signaling happens, that it's supposed to pass, right? So on Saturday, if BIP-110 does not pass, then there we go, right? I win. If it does pass, I will delete my account. My account's gone. That's it.
Wait, oh, so it's a deleting account
Yeah.
thing?
Yeah. That's it. No money on the line. I just want somebody to take the other end of the bet. And I knew there were very bullish people for BIP-110 here, but they all disappeared. I don't know where they went.
Well, I mean, I think I'm very bullish for BIP-110. Like, I'm fighting for BIP-110 to
Of course.
win in
Yeah.
every possible way. But that's a different question from speculating on the outcome.
Well, then, like, okay, say it doesn't pass on Saturday, right? Are you saying that it could pass in the future, and that's why like the bet is invalid or whatever, right? Like you kick the can down the curb, and the BIP-110, BIP-111 or whatever comes out next, and it's like, oh, it's the same thing with like a couple of more wheels on the shit, and like that's cool. Yeah, that's what we're after here.
Well, I just think there's a difference between kind of working for something and betting on the outcome of something.
Then, okay, all right, yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah, so I'm working for BIP-110 to win. I don't have a sense of the probabilities. I guess there's a function of humanity where betting on the outcome of something is kind of a service to humanity in terms of like you're making the market more efficient or something. I'm not trying to dismiss betting on outcomes as like a not important part of humanity, but like there's other parts of humanity too. Like, I mean, if the plumber's trying to fix your toilet, there's probably going to be people circling around him betting on whether he's going to fix the toilet or not. But like the plumber needs to fix the toilet. Like the plumber shouldn't be like trying to bet on whether he's going to fix the toilet at the same time that he's trying to fix the toilet. So like there's kind of like a community that's doing things, and then there's a community that's betting on the outcome of people that are doing things. And like I see those as maybe overlapping, but like, it's not like the betting community is the only community, I guess is what I'm saying.
I agree to the point, right? I agree with to what you're saying. I'm on the side that like I think it is odd that these quote unquote echo chambers don't let like the other side of the conversation come up and speak, right? And then on top of that, they're not willing to say put their accounts on the line because they are not confident enough to put the that it will pass on Saturday, right? Say that's the date.
But what value is it to me if you delete your account, right? Like,
Nothing.
why do I care?
Nothing. And what value is it to me if you delete your account?
So what's the point?
I just need to put stakes. I want to put stakes on the line, but like the monetary value seems too much for people.
Bet some
That's it.
Bitcoin, you pussies.
All right, let's transition into this more substantive. I saw that soft fork mechanic just joined the chat. Like, have you been paying attention to what's been going on this chat so far?
No, I only just got here. It's really a lowbrow topic, unfortunately. There's just nothing.
Yeah.
Like there are people that are like, "Hey, I see a problem. I'm trying to work on a solution." They're not really motivated with getting sidetracked with people who are like, "Well, let's bet on whether the solution actually works or not." No one's on this stage is saying that the solution is definitely going to work, and I will bet you that it works. No one knows what's going to happen on Saturday, and I'm not going to. There's no point clouding everyone's judgment by chest beating. It's irrelevant to us. This is, or at least I'll speak for myself. This is something I feel that Bitcoin's under this Fabian style attack, as Jack Kruse was talking about. And they're really hard to defend against because every single move to defend looks like an overreaction.
I'm sorry, who are the
Just big
Fabians?
return, bro. What's that?
What are the Fabians?
They were an old British family or institution, so to speak, that have these destructive intentions on various cultures that they enact over very long time frames that make it very difficult to pinpoint how and why things have gone wrong and why quality of living decreases and why poverty increases and things like that.
So they were Jews.
It's
not always. There's a lot of history around that, but some people suspect they were founded by the Rothschilds. But they're essentially a political group, started in the 1800s in Britain, and they're responsible for a lot of destruction in society, where they use what's called Fabian gradualism. It's a form of Marxist tactics that essentially takes little bites out of policy over time and shifts culture generationally. So the new culture is born into a new paradigm they didn't know wasn't normal. And that's how they basically attack culture over time.
Yeah, and the point is, if it's very hard to defend against attacks where every single change is very, very small, and in some way there's a defense or a rationalization for it. And that's what was going on with, not merging the inscriptions filter and then making op return bigger. They always had this kind of, what? We didn't really do anything. It wasn't our fault. And then it's very clear how you can extrapolate out from that and say, okay, you're trying to denature Bitcoin and turn it into something crappy. So then you have this incredibly minor soft fork with no-brainer rules and temporary nature and long activation window. And it's the amount of kerfuffle about it, is staggering to me.
Wait, so there's some 18th century British people that have been conspiring to keep us from doing BIP-110?
Here's Starmer is one. He's not in the 18th century.
I'm just trying to follow this whole Fabians are responsible for whatever's happening now. That's the part I'm trying to connect.
The point is not whether Fabians are actively conspiring. The question is whether this is a style of Fabian maneuver, and it certainly is.
Oh, okay. It's a metaphor. Okay, got it.
No, it's a tactic.
Well, you said it was Fabians that were responsible for it, so that was why I said it was a metaphor. But if you're saying it's a Fabian tactic, then sorry, maybe I misheard you.
Who's Fabian?
I just wanted to get back to kind of BIP-110 and Bitcoin stuff. I know the way that these conversations goes, and that we had a very substantive conversation with Portland Huddle and you, David, earlier before. When it starts getting transitioning into religious kind of stuff, I'll be honest with you, I'm probably not going to continue with that. I'm interested in the conversation that I had with Portland that wasn't resolved. Maybe David, you can continue this. Maybe you can't. But my contention was the fee market, whether the fee market has any relationship to whether spam is going to get outcompeted to monetary transactions or not. That is not unrelated to the fact that Lightning exists, because Lightning exists. Layer twos exist. These kind of things exist. The amount of things that bring that demand off chain, if you are even going to make the case that on chain demand will rule out spam activity, that's not unrelated to the fact that you're changing the Bitcoin opcodes to make on off chain activity more. And
I
so
would
I
guess most of your like
yeah.
BIP-110 co-conspirators are not going to be excited about saying like we should get rid of Lightning or whatever, because it's just like going to be
I'm not
very
saying we should
unpopular.
get of Lightning. I'm just saying that's not unrelated to the conversation.
Certainly Lightning decreases the demand for on-chain transactions. I don't think there's any debate about that. Like the point is, it potentially is a Veblen good where like you get so much more demand that like you end up doing more. But like, I mean, it seems pretty unlikely, right? Like it's literally like a like for like kind of thing of just like you can either transact on chain or there's a cheaper version of transacting that currently seems to be relatively trustless. Obviously, lots going on in Bitcoin right now where maybe we're questioning some of those assumptions. But no, I mean, I don't disagree with you that like Lightning decreases like fundamental demand for on-chain transactions. Like you can have off-chain monetary transactions. That's going to, you know, allow you to do things. But again, it does let you do much smaller transactions you would otherwise do. Whatever. There's there's debates about it. Instant transactions obviously are more comfortable for a lot of people. So like maybe that increases transactions enough that it's more than the trade-off. But I wouldn't necessarily assume any of that. Like I don't fundamentally disagree with your contention that like L2s potentially decrease the total volume of transactions. I think it's like a little bit of a unknowable thing where you have to see like how it plays out.
Yeah, that's
I
fair.
disagree.
Okay, all right, go
I
ahead.
disagree. I think that we constantly cited the Jevons paradox as justification for miners that were complaining back in the block size wars, saying that SegWit's going to make stuff cheaper and Lightning's going to make it so that we're not going to get any fees at all. And we said it's counterintuitive. The more useful you make Bitcoin with things like Lightning, the more options you have with usage of L1 for monetary purposes. So counterintuitively, scaling tech should bring about more activity on L1 rather than less if you embellish it with L2s. That was the thinking back then. I think it's a little limited to I think it's a little limited to see it the other way. The idea that like someone can do 10 transactions on Lightning and therefore there were 9 less transactions on chain as a result. I think that's a bit limited. I think you do have to kind of bring about the extra dimensions in the analysis.
Right, but do you think it follows from that we should make changes to the opcodes and the consensus rules to introduce more L2 activities so that we can get more transactions off chain? Like should what happens on L2, such as Lightning, be a factor in like what we decide about the consensus rules of opcodes? Like I'll just tell you, I am totally anti that in every possible way. But like, do you think we should consider that?
I'm increasingly disillusioned with upgrades in Bitcoin that aren't somehow, fixing mistakes from before. I think it's. I see Chris down there. I know I'm going. I know he flat out disagrees with me on most of this, and I probably disagree with Luke as well. I think basically every time we try and do a nice upgrade in Bitcoin, it just ends up being a foot gun. Well, the combo of SegWit and Taproot is basically what we're trying to deal with at the moment. It's really annoying what's happened there, and I do like Lightning a lot, and we basically needed SegWit to do Lightning. We definitely didn't need Taproot. Taproot was supposed to make Lightning better, but neither of the implementations really support it, as far as I know. I've never really managed to successfully have a Taproot channel, and that's after 5 years. So I don't want to be like gratuitous about it. There are a lot of people that it's kind of fashionable to dunk on Lightning a lot at the moment. I know you've like walked the walk, Steve. You've tried to accept it at your bar, and you've been like, this is just so unworkable. Like half the time people can't even recognize the formats, let alone have a successful payment. So I agree with that. But really in Bitcoin's current state, when you had these, people like Reardon with 4 different opcodes in their name that they want to add to Bitcoin, in a context where Taproot has completely shit the bed and just about trashed Bitcoin as a medium of exchange single-handedly, with basically massive resistance trying to put any kind of reasonable guardrails on it at all, which is what BIP-110 does. That just makes me go, yeah, we can't even try these things. And that is one of the nice rationales that maybe Chris would agree with, who's just come up, which is if we can put Taproot back in check, and no pun intended with the if there, then maybe people can start getting confident about adding new opcodes and scaling Bitcoin and doing some cool stuff. But anyone now that putting some opcodes into Bitcoin in current context when they're opposed to BIP-110, that's just a non-starter.
I mean, I think that people don't use Lightning because it sucks, but also nobody, like, the developer community is by and large not putting effort into making it suck less. I mean, there is a little bit of effort, like the async guys have made a lot of progress, and the LDK guys have made a lot of progress. LND and Core Lightning kind of suck,
Splicing
and
was
both
a
kind
nice
of
addition.
Yeah, splicing is great. Well, splicing originated from Core Lightning, and it still sucks on Core Lightning. But when they added it to Phoenix, that was really useful. And Phoenix continues to be in my opinion, the best way to use Lightning.
Really,
but the thing is,
I just a random anecdote, not to like derail the conversation. I'll be really quick. I hadn't checked my Phoenix wallet for like a few months, and they had like shut me down to main chain. I don't know if there was something that had happened with anything going on right now or whatever. I was able to recover the funds. It's totally good. Like I didn't lose anything, but just anyway, just a FYI.
That's like the only complaint I hear about Phoenix actually is like, I didn't use it, and so they closed the channel. It's like, okay, well, that's kind of expected, right?
Yeah,
like
that's totally fair. Totally fair. Yeah, it was months.
Yeah, but like, in terms of like, Mechanic was talking about Jevons paradox and how if we enabled Lightning, then people would do more on-chain operations. I think that's actually true. Like I do a ton of on-chain operations, just like doing swaps and stuff, and splices. And if Lightning sucks for 2 different reasons, right? It sucks because the consensus rules like are really, really limiting on it. But the main reason why it sucks is because the actual Lightning software and the ways to connect to it and use it are just really limited. Like running an LND node is like, you got to use like Zeus or Ride the Lightning or ThunderHub or something like that. All of the interfaces to run a Lightning node are just terrible. Like there's Zeus. So much. What's that?
I like Zeus.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, Mechanic, you're like the only person I know that like runs a not Phoenix node and like has a decent time and like prefers running Core Lightning over, like, because you have like your whole start 9 set up and you've got your VPN or whatever, and you just figured that out. Most people haven't.
It's not that bad. I figure the dream of Start 9, the whole point of it was actually be able to use Lightning. Right, that was it. It's like, wait, what if someone actually made it so that you could actually run a Lightning node and it would work? That was basically the entire point of that company, in my opinion. And when they made it so there was IP instead of MDNS, And all I had to do was set up a VPN server on my router, and then I can just connect my phone to it. Then I'm just always on my home network, and all of my Lightning stuff just always works from anywhere in the world.
But
That
this is
was the
literally
dream.
like
It
leading
didn't
edge
exist.
stuff. Like this is like
Not really.
you have
VPN
to
into
use.
your home network. Is that really that? Is
No, but I'm saying
VPNing
you
into your
have
home
to use
network
start.
that?
You have to use Start9 0.4. You have to use the version that they literally just put into production
It's out
like
now.
a few days ago.
Yeah, I've been running it for a year on alpha. But
Right, but this is
it
what I'm saying.
really
Like you have like there's like what's that?
Sorry, I just wanted to kind of like broaden the question a little bit here. What like a more broad question you can ask about Lightning is about off-chain commitments and whether off-chain commitments are a part of Bitcoin or not. Um, earlier in the spaces, we had Portland Hoddle here. We had Michael Tidwell here. We had like a lot of pretty high level core devs here. And we were talking about the extent to which off chain commitments, such as Lightning and other things, like let's say you had this crazy Taproot op if committed off chain and an off chain commitment similar to Lightning, should that affect whether you can say BIP-110 does not freeze coins? And I agree with you guys. I love Lightning. I think Lightning is awesome. I think it's the best way to go. But I think if you don't draw a line between on-chain and off-chain commitments in terms of like how the protocol needs to develop, you're putting yourself into a gradation where you have to decide how many people it is that it affects, and it becomes you're moving it from a principled thing to a how many people it affects kind of thing.
No, I think you're drawing the line in the wrong place. I think the line that you should draw is between unilateral exit and non-unilateral exit.
I have unilateral exit on my little, so I've set up a crazy little multi sig system with me and my friends, and we haven't told you about this. It's a unilateral exit. Okay. I mean, Chris, come on, I know this stuff. Like, so is my unilateral exit an L2 system that is a part of Bitcoin?
Yes, everything that has unilateral exit to L1
And
is
so should
Bitcoin.
have influence on opcos and influence on soft forks?
Yes, absolutely. Everything that it has unilateral exit to L1 is Bitcoin. And if anything is Bitcoin, then Bitcoin's consensus rules are relevant to that, or that is relevant to Bitcoin's consensus rules.
I don't agree that Bitcoin consensus rules should be relevant to a million different people making a million different consensus like systems that have this unilateral exit. Like, Bitcoin consensus rules can't tell that there are 10 million people making 10 million systems with unilateral exit.
There's two. There's Lightning and Arc.
There's two. You know that there's two. Chris, you have like found the entire world. You analyzed the blockchain. You have done chain analysis. You know for sure that there are two of these systems.
I mean, there might be like there are other unknown
There
ones, but
might be.
the ones that all of the
That's what
Bitcoin
I'm
engineers
saying.
are working on, the only ones that Bitcoin engineers talk about that are functional today are
Chris,
Arc
this
and
can't be
Lightning.
about what you know.
Why? If you talk to all Bitcoin engineers and you ask them what are the unilateral exit layer twos, they will tell you Arc and Lightning. There are no other ones.
I have one.
They're not saying that
I
there
have
aren't
one,
like
Chris.
multi-sigs simple.
I have
He's
one.
saying like
Okay.
beyond that.
All right.
I have one, Chris.
If it's popular and obviously
Oh, it's
makes Bitcoin
popular.
better,
So whether it's popular, it is part of your principles.
if it obviously makes Bitcoin better money, then it's part of Bitcoin.
You could spin up a one of n multi-sig or whatever, but like that. doesn't necessarily seem super important, right?
It's not a
Yeah, no,
principle. I just don't think it's a principled case you're making here, Chris. You're making a case based on whether it's popular. Like, what is your principle here?
my principle is, does it make Bitcoin better money? If it makes Bitcoin better money, then we should make sure opcodes support it.
But whether okay, you're gonna take a popularity contest about like who thinks their layer 2 is a good thing, and like if there's enough people supporting this, then you're going to support like an opcode change for it.
I mean, if there's general consensus that it makes Bitcoin better money, then yeah, like why would we not do that?
I think you have to have unilateral as well as part of the requirement, though.
Yeah, yeah. If it's a unilateral exit protocol that definitely makes Bitcoin better money. So, for instance, lightning symmetry is something that definitely makes Bitcoin better money, and we should enable.
I think.
I mean, but you say definitely, but like when you say definitely, like, do you have consensus amongst definitely? I mean, or is that just something you think?
I mean, it's like
I'm not sure anything about lightning makes
everybody thinks it makes lightning better.
everybody.
I think
Like
there's
everybody
rough
who,
consensus on lightning generally.
everybody who's an engineer on. Yeah.
I literally posted a thing earlier today about where rough consensus is, because I do think this is a fundamental thing that a lot of people don't understand anyway. It's the second thing in the nest.
I mean, Ocean can't make half its payouts to its miners because Lightning's broken. And you're saying there's rough consensus on Lightning?
Well, I'm saying if we did lightning symmetry, it would work a lot better.
But okay, so all right. First of all, like we have to start with step one. Like there is not rough consensus that like Lightning works, not even amongst Ocean. Okay. So second of all, you're making this secondary thing that you have this additive thing that might mean Lightning makes it better. There's no way that there is rough consensus that makes Lightning better when we don't even have rough consensus that Lightning works in the first place.
I mean, we've done like 3 soft forks so we could have lightning. Like it's part of Bitcoin's fabric now. It's like in Bitcoin's identity. Like and like objectively makes Bitcoin better money. Like I can go to merchants that accept Lightning, and it's a way better experience than accepting on chain. It like if you try to go to a merchant and pay them on chain, the experience is terrible.
I am a merchant.
I'm saying
Lightning at my bar.
Okay, exactly. Do you accept on chain at your bar?
Yes, I've tried everything, dude. I am the person that you are not.
And it's terrible.
I am the person who has tried doing this, and it sucks in every possible way. The only thing that works is on chain.
No, but what? Lightning is way better than on chain.
Do you
use Phoenix?
Do you run a bar, man?
Like I mean, no, but I have friends that have shops, and they accept Lightning payments, and it always works, and they use Phoenix.
I trust your opinion of the people that you say that have an opinion. I'm just telling you my experience, man, because I do it every day.
Phoenix is cheating, in my opinion.
Oh my god.
Wait. Are we talking about one app? Dude, I have to deal with 30 apps a day. Like, yeah, if you're only dealing with one app, if you're one centralized person, you're like the person saying like I'm on Coinbase. Okay, like if you're an actual like merchant who actually deals in the real world, you're dealing with 30 different Lightning apps a day, dude. Yeah, if I'm dealing with one, it's fine, dude. You have to deal with the wild west of that shit. That's what I'm dealing with.
For the weak nerds in the room like myself,
it's better than on chain.
Unilateral exit is.
Unilateral exit is where you can withdraw from the L2 onto the L1 without permission from anybody. So in Lightning, for instance, you have a force closed transaction, which is pre-signed, that you hold off chain. And if you ever need to withdraw your money from the channel, you just broadcast that transaction and you get all your money back. and you don't need permission from your counterparty.
Yeah, and everyone's into Spark these days, which doesn't have the same guarantee. It's a kind of a corner cut, and it's made its way into a lot of
Anyway, my point is Lightning is strictly better than on-chain ever was. Like I went to restaurants in like 2014 and I set them up with Bitcoin, and it was terrible because you have to wait for a confirmation. And it's like sometimes you'd be waiting like half an hour for the confirmation. Lightning is instant. And as long as
do that though, whenever I paid people in practice, whenever I would pay people on chain, they would just let me walk out straight away because double spending. No one actually knows you can even do that for the most part.
That doesn't scale.
It doesn't scale, but
that's the Bcash argument. The Bcash argument is, oh, we don't need Lightning because we have zero conf.
No, I know. They say zero conf is fine. Obviously, I disagree with zero conf, but a lot of I have to rethink all that because a lot of my pushback against the zero conf bros was basically ended up in this garbage we're in now because we killed the RBF filters, and our rationale for doing it was zero conf is not robust anyway. It's not scalable.
But Lightning is way better than any of that ever was. It actually scales and it actually finalizes immediately.
As long as it works. The thing is, an on-chain payment.
So just use a wallet that works.
On-chain always works. It just is slow. Like if you give me a Bitcoin address, you cannot stop me from giving you money. I will.
And there isn't a spam attack happening right now. Like if there's a spam attack happening, you might be waiting like 2 hours for a confirmation or 2 weeks.
Yeah, all right, but
like I don't understand like these people saying on-chain is better than Lightning. Like in what universe is on-chain better than Lightning? It's just not.
No,
well, it's actually final.
On-chain has that is better than Lightning for sure.
Chris, you don't know about all possible universes, man. Like you're making this claim that you know all possible universes. We live in a different world that you live in.
It's way better for the average merchant. I don't think Chris is wrong about that, but
are you a merchant?
Universes, whatever is like extreme.
I am a merchant. Are you a merchant?
I know a bunch of merchants,
but I am a merchant, and you're saying all possible universes.
A bar is like the best example of where like Lightning should actually be better because of the
Steve,
real time thing, right?
What wallet do you use to receive money at your bar? Like, what do you use for Lightning at your bar?
Chris, I think you're doing great things, man. I told you I loved your presentation at BTC++, dude. I love what you're doing. I love everything that you're doing. I don't think you understand that I've been in Bitcoin for longer than you have, and I've run Bitcoin Lightning for longer than you have. And I am very deep into this shit. Okay, man. I feel like you're trying to make some kind of point to me that I don't understand. I understand everything that you're saying.
I'm asking you a question. I'm not trying to say you don't understand something. I'm asking you, what do you use? Maybe we can figure out why it sucks.
I think it'd be better for you to ask, what haven't I used? Ask me what haven't I used?
What problems are you running into with using Lightning at your bar?
How long do you want to go? So do you know what a Eclair is? And 2018, 2019?
Yeah. That was before they called it Phoenix.
Yes. Okay. So I have been trying to accept Lightning for 6 years, and I have tried 100 different apps, and I have run into 1 million different problems.
Yeah, everything sucked until Phoenix in about 2022 or 2023. That's when it started getting good.
Chris, Phoenix, you're saying a centralized solution. Phoenix is the solution for the broad concept of Lightning when we're talking about layer 2 integration and layer 1 and the problems associated with layer 1 and layer 2. Your solution is a centralized solution called Phoenix. That's what you're saying?
I mean, it's the best thing right now. I mean, obviously,
But
we're
that,
still
Chris,
improving everything.
come
If
on.
we enabled covenants, then it would be even better.
So you're
But we don't have
saying
covenants.
if only all bars and merchants upgraded to Phoenix, then all the problems will be solved? Is that what you're just pushing Phoenix? Is that what you're doing?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying all the problems with why are you putting words in my mouth, man?
Because
I'm
because
just saying
what I'm
it's a
telling
good
you is that I am a
it's a good
merchant.
enough experience. It's a good enough experience of Lightning. Like Phoenix is
Chris,
a good enough experience to get everybody. You
it's
don't
not.
have to use Phoenix. Everybody can pay to and from Phoenix, but if the merchants use Phoenix, it just fucking
Okay.
works.
You said everyone can pay to and from Phoenix. Have you done tests with 30 different wallet apps trying to pay Phoenix? Have you done it?
I mean, most of them are terrible. I mean, I'm not trying to say like all Lightning wallets are good. You know, most of them are
So
bad. Yes, I agree.
as a bar, if I were to use a Phoenix wallet and I have 100 different customers with 30 different wallet apps, are you telling me that
If
Phoenix is going to be more successful than a different wallet app? Do you understand what I'm saying?
yes, yes, as the merchant,
You're trying to say, but you're trying to
accepting
say
the
you
money.
understand merchants, and I'm trying to say I am a merchant, and I know for sure that you don't understand merchants because your hesitation shows me you haven't even thought about this question. The
That's
merchant isn't asking what's the best Lightning wallet. They're trying to
I
figure
work with
out
merchants. I work with merchants to accept Lightning, and they use Phoenix, and they have a great time
online, in person,
in
at a,
person, in person shops.
how many different wallets are they having trying to pay that wallet address?
I mean, most of us use Phoenix now too, but I mean, it's
Us?
not Wallet. It's better than Wallet Satoshi, and it's better than using Liquid. I mean, we got to start somewhere, man. You can't you can't just be like, you
Yeah,
know,
of
it's
course
gonna
we
be
have to
perfect
start
right off the bat.
somewhere. No, I agree with that, but like I don't think you like we have a difference of agreement in the magnitude of importance with Bitcoin trying to like take on the state with like really rock solid proof of work kind of stuff, and like we have to try like experiential things with like merchants and customers and see what works and see what doesn't. Like that is a thing that's important, but that is not important to consensus changes. Like it's like those two worlds to me are just you shouldn't take into consideration like what the most popular wallet app is for Lightning and stuff when you're talking about whether op if should exist in Taproot or not. Like
So here's
like
why I think it's important. Like a Bitcoin node should be an economic node, and an economic node is a merchant node. Like you should be doing lots of transactions like frequently throughout the day. Like every Bitcoiner should be a merchant, should have a shop, should sell something. And then their node will actually matter in the consensus process. And the more like volume that we have and the more nodes that we have with more volume, the more decentralized Bitcoin becomes and the more secure consensus becomes.
so
And
okay.
so we should be considering the merchant experience when we design the consensus rule.
I hear what you're saying. And I don't think that merchants being able to accept Bitcoin is irrelevant. What I disagree with is kind of maybe the magnitude of this thing because I consider if the world we live in now is that people make payments on their Visa card and then they settle it once a month with their checking account. Not everybody. Some people pay in cash, some people pay in debit. A large fraction of kind of the modern US city world makes makes transactions on their credit card, and then they pay it off with a settlement system like once a month. In my view of Bitcoin, if it takes over the settlement payment once a month, that is like the primary goal, because like that goal is more consistent with separating money from state, because that's
Yeah, but
that's the settlement system. Like the making multiple payments a day, like yeah, that would be nice, but like there there's when people just say like payments, and they say like, oh, payments means you have to make 10 payments a day. If you only make one payment a month, that's not a payment. I don't agree with that, because like I think once you start focusing your energy on trying to compete with Visa instead of trying to compete with central banks, that's the mistake that Bitcoin Cash made. And it's just like you're focusing too much energy on this third layer stuff, which can be reconciled once a month with a settlement payment, because the settlement payment is more in line with a much deeper, like, um, arrow of attack of what Bitcoin's doing. Making 10 payments a day, that can't fit on chain anyway. That's got to be on a second chain anyway. Like,
right, yeah. When I say merchant
yeah.
nodes, I'm not saying all of the payments are happening on chain. I'm saying they're doing transactions, right? They're selling stuff, and they're probably using higher layers, right? They're probably using Lightning, or they're using Arc. Arc is very similar to what it sounded like you were saying, where it doesn't settle all the time. Like there's all of this off-chain activity, and then it settles every now and then. But the important difference between that and Visa is that Visa is like centralized, trusted third party, and it's fully custodial, and they can just cut you off whenever they want. Whereas Arc is not like that. Arc is unilateral exit, and you can withdraw your money whenever you want, and it's also very private, and so they can't tell who you are, and they basically can't deny you access. And so that's why I think unilateral exit is so, like, yes, I agree with you. We have to build the base layer should be the settlement layer. And like we definitely shouldn't put all of the coffees and all of the beers on the base layer, like definitely. But when we design we should have higher layers for those things. But when we design the higher layers, they should be unilateral exit. They should be decentralized as much as possible. You don't like Phoenix because it's centralized. I don't like it either, but it's the least centralized way to use Lightning that's also a good experience. The other solutions are just fully custodial. So I mean, at least Phoenix gives you your own money in your own channel, and you can force close whenever you want and reclaim the money without permission from Phoenix. They can't take your money, and they can't freeze your money. So I mean, it's a step in the right direction, but like we have to get adoption, right? We have to get people using it. Otherwise, there's no incentive for the developers to improve it. And this is why I'm so anti-spam, right? Lightning was going really well, and then the spammers came in and just shat all over the chain for 2 years, and then and then everybody's trying to say Lightning is broken and doesn't work. Let's just do Citria now. And it's like, what the fuck? Like we had a really good thing going. We were on our way. Yeah, Lightning had problems, but at least we were focusing on fixing the problems with Lightning instead of just getting distracted and just going entirely somewhere else.
Yeah, I agree with you that I'm all on board on Lightning. I'm gonna get Thunder on in here for a comment for a second. I just wanted to say like, um, it's still a difference between Lightning coming on board and being like okay and welcomed and everything, and considering Lightning a part of what should drive protocol changes, because like day-to-day spending, in my opinion, is not the war that Bitcoin is fighting, because Gresham law is real, and people are going to spend the terrible money before they spend the real money. The settlement layer
No,
is
Gresham's law doesn't apply to Bitcoin. Gresham's law just says if you have two different coins with the same face value, and one is like a lower value metal, then the lower value one will get spent first because its market value is lower than its face value, whereas the good money has equal face value and market value. But Bitcoin doesn't have a face value, so that law doesn't apply to Bitcoin.
I don't agree, man. I think people are going to spend the bad money before they spend the good money if they have the choice. I mean, I know Gresham law is complicated, but anyway, let's get Thunder's opinion in here.
I'm just saying that the people are going to spend the bad money. It's just a different thing from Gresham's law. Gresham's law is a very specific thing that has to do with face values.
Gresham law is there's so many of these complicated. All right, so let's not call it Gresham laws. Let's just say, given the choice, people are going to spend the bad money versus the good money.
I disagree. I think if you earn Bitcoin and you earn and replace and you're always stacking, I think people are fine. People are fine spending Bitcoin as long as they're also earning Bitcoin. It's just people are very uncreative about how they earn Bitcoin because the merchant experience is really bad.
It takes more effort to do the spend and replace.
Because the Bitcoin core devs don't put any effort into making the merchant
I know, but that
experience
doesn't
good.
change the fact that it takes more effort for people to do it. All right, let's get Thunder in here.
What's up, guys? I appreciate you giving me a chance. I was hoping to come up while Mechanic was still up here because he's got me blocked, but
sorry about that.
No, it's okay. I wasn't. He was gone before I even requested to speak. When it comes to decentralization on the layers above the base layer, like that's a tricky scenario. Like banks are coming, centralized solutions are coming, and they're going to be effective. Right. And it's because since they're centralized, they're going to be able to do it cheaper. Right. So how do you combat that? Well, you combat that by having options in the market. Merchants, even if they're centralized, have to stay honest if there's other people who are doing it better than you are. Right. So if one bank is dicking around and screwing people over and, just trying to dig a little bit more and, to their customer base, or, they're loaning out too much Bitcoin and they don't have enough to back it and stuff. Well, those problems will chase people away into other solutions, right? And so having options in the second layer is how we keep that day-to-day transactions decentralized, even if it's through centralized, because it's going to take time before people say, hey, the centralized solutions of the layer twos and theories aren't working, so we're going to have to find something that's more decentralized, maybe some kind of proof of work. It's going to cost a little bit more, but good Lord, it's worth it to make sure that I don't get shortchanged by my bank, right? And so that's a natural process. It's like an ebb and flow, right? So we're going to see that through cycles into the future. That's why the free market is so important. That's the problem that I have with the BIP-110, and why I continuously say, and Chris, I've had this conversation with you ad nauseum, is that, it's anti-free market. BIP-110 is anti-free market because it's taking options off the table. Plain and simple. Something that somebody might be able to utilize that might help somebody compete with other people, because we want as many options as possible when it comes to scaling Bitcoin.
I don't think spam helps Bitcoin be better money.
I'm not talking about spam. I'm not talking about that. That's a side effect, right? That's just people, like, there's an open playground and they're playing in the mud, right? That's what's happening. It's a whole bunch of people being stupid and nobody really cares.
Yeah, but we can just filter it, and then Bitcoin is like
right,
lightning and dark and much easier.
Now you're introducing an entirely new precedent that if people don't like what we're doing, we're going to stop you from doing it. When in reality, everybody's working in the same confines. Everybody's limited to the same 4 megabyte block space. Everybody's limited to the 21 million hard cap. These are consensus rules.
We have to fight for Bitcoin being money, because if we don't, BIP-110 is not anti-free market, but it's not having our principles for sale, right? So if you're a free market extremist, I guess, then your principles are for sale. So I'm not a free market extremist. I think that in general the free market is good, but we should not let the free market decide whether Bitcoin is money or not. And that's what the scammers are doing. They're trying to redefine Bitcoin into something that isn't money.
No,
and that's really bad.
They're not. It does not affect my Bitcoin at all. If I make a transaction on the base chain or on Lightning or in anything else, just because there's a dick butt JPEG in the fucking block with my transaction does not devalue my Bitcoin in any way, shape, or form. It doesn't make it not money. It doesn't make it not work as money. It doesn't do any of that shit. None of it. It's just somebody playing around in the free space that they have until the free space is
I've had this
gone.
conversation a lot, and I don't feel like having it more. It's obvious that if you make a park and you allow everybody to do everything in the park and you don't make any rules, then the worst people are going to do the worst things in the park, and they're going to drive all the good people away. Like it's obvious that you have to have some kind of guardrails, or else no.
It sounds like
Like
you guys have had this conversation.
all of the people doing what?
It sounds like you guys have like had this conversation. Like, there's a lot of people in this room right now. It sounds like you've had this. You guys have had this conversation a
I've
lot.
had this conversation with everybody, and it does, like, there's just this crazy, like, utopian madness going on the
It's
other
not
side.
utopian. It's not
I don't know what's
utopian.
going on.
Yeah,
If you let me talk
you
for
and
a
I have
second
gone back
instead of
and
trying to
forth on
talk
this a number
over.
of times as well. And my critique of that is that you're essentially setting Bitcoin up for an ever progressive, forward-looking innovation where nothing can ever be rolled back because it's viewed as anti-free market. We need to be able to make corrective measures when something doesn't work. And if someone makes some meta protocol or some layer 2, we really shouldn't be considering them if we need to fix something wrong with Bitcoin.
No, that is, you are creating a
Yeah,
framing that
if a
is
bunch of
not what
bad
I'm
actors
saying at
are
all.
coming in and making it hard to use Bitcoin as money and making the
Who are
merchant
you arguing
experience
with?
suck,
Who are
then
you
we have
arguing with?
to do that.
Because
I'm
in order to
agreeing.
argue with me, I have to be able to say something.
I'm just agreeing with Bitcoin and on. I'm just adding on to what he said.
Right, but you guys are creating an argument with who? Because I've not been able to contribute to this conversation. So you guys are just building on arguments and arguments and arguments against who and what, because I'm not able to say anything.
I'm just agreeing with Bitcoin and on.
Guys, I'm trying to host this stuff. Like, what is the argument? Like, who can say what the argument is here?
It's an ideological difference. The other side thinks that all of our principles should be for sale, and I think that Bitcoin should be money, no matter how much the spammers pay us.
Don't speak for me. You're speaking for me, and you're putting words behind what I'm saying so that it fits your narrative, and that is not the case. My case is that Bitcoin is anarchy. It's pure anarchy. That's what it is. That's what it is at its fundamental level, and that's what keeps it neutral to everyone. Yes, people are going to do stupid things because it's easy, because there's free space. But when that free space starts to become competitive, their bad ideas go to the wayside because nobody's interested in them.
That's wishful thinking.
The entire argument.
That's utopian thinking.
All right, I have a question for Thunder. Like, the rules of Bitcoin have to be run by people who want to run the rules, right?
Yes.
But
No, I do agree with that.
It's not total anarchy because, like, there are people deciding like what's okay and what's not, right?
No, there's people deciding what are consensus rules for the framework of the physics of Bitcoin. That's what consensus is supposed to be. It's supposed to be the physics of Bitcoin. But just like
the
physics
of Bitcoin is designed.
anarchy.
The physics of Bitcoin is designed to make Bitcoin good money. When we have an inflation bug, we fix it because it's a bug. We consider it a bug because it's harmful, because it makes Bitcoin bad money.
That violated the consensus principle, right? That's the difference here. Is what they're doing, what the spammers are doing, is not violating any consensus principle. You just have a problem.
Bitcoin is money. That's the consensus principle.
But Thunder, you know, early days we had Satoshi with B2PKH, and then he removed opt multiply, and then we did this crazy thing with SegWit, and then we like created this thing with Taproot, and like consensus is a very evolving thing. Like consensus is only what we decide what consensus is, right?
I mean, yes, consensus is what we decide consensus is.
And we decide what it is based on what makes Bitcoin good money.
Okay.
And
I don't disagree with
to
that.
have an only forward-looking view of what consensus can be. That consensus can never go backwards.
No, consensus absolutely can go backwards, right? Case in point, it already has. There was a bug, the inflation bug, right? And changed the consensus rule of the 21 million hard cap, right? And it was ongoing and it went backwards. And that's because that bug violated what was supposed to be the consensus rule, right? And you can expand something and say, hey, man, this actually breaks the system. We need to dial it back. But that's the reason that you would want to do that. Not because I don't want this other person able to transact in this way I disagree with. Now we're getting into who gets to and who doesn't.
I agree with
That's
that.
not
Yeah, I agree
like
with
if there's an inflation bug and somebody creates a bunch of Bitcoin out of nothing, we don't say, oh, it's censorship to roll that back. We just fix it because we know that's a bug. It's a bug because it makes Bitcoin bad money. Same thing with spam. We know that spam makes Bitcoin bad money. So that's a bug. So we fix it.
But you can't. You can attack certain things. And that's my entire argument is when you attack one specific area because, hey, these people are using this one thing. They're using all kinds of things. They're not just using the Taproot op-if bug or what you're referring to as a bug. Because Taproot and op-if is working exactly how it was designed. It just, they found a way to use it in a way that
the fact
gives them
that
an
it
extra
exists
advantage.
is not a bug. The fact that it exists is not a bug. The fact that people are using it to store arbitrary data is a bug, and we fix that.
But people can use Bitcoin already in a multitude of other ways.
Of course,
store
but
arbitrary
as
data.
soon as
And the only
starts
way to
becoming
stop that
popular,
is to reduce the consensus rules of Bitcoin until it gets to the point that nobody can do anything.
That's not true. That's ridiculous. There was
So
no
you're
spam
making
on
the
Bitcoin.
claim that spam can be 100% stopped.
There was
No,
I
come
did
on.
not.
All right, guys, let's
Did
not
not
do
say that.
this like absolute stuff, man.
Yeah, exactly. You're just you're strawmanning. Okay.
No.
No
Because
one's
my
making a
entire case
claim
was you're picking and
that
choosing.
anything can be 100% anything.
I agree.
And like you're making the claim that something can be reduced. Okay,
Exactly.
like nothing can be stopped. Nothing can be stopped. Okay.
I agree with that.
Exactly. Same thing with inflation, right? Like there might be an inflation bug right now in Bitcoin that nobody has uncovered. But if somebody starts exploiting it, we fix it. Same thing with the spam. If there's a bunch of places where people can put arbitrary data and nobody's exploiting them, that's not something we need to focus on. But as soon as somebody starts exploiting it,
Here's the
then we
difference.
have to
You're
counter it.
conflating two issues, and this is the point that I keep trying to make, is one, you're comparing it to like an inflation bug where you're actually violating the principles of the money itself, right? Not the blockchain, but the money and the way the money is designed, that the consensus model is there's only ever going to be 21 million, right? And so we're talking about a bug that actually breaks the consensus. Yes, that's something that we're going to roll back because it's consensus, right? But
Spam
then
attack
other
like the
people
one
are
in
doing some
2023 and
things.
2024. A spam attack like the one in 2023 and 2024 breaks the consensus principle that Bitcoin is money because data spam was outpricing payments. People trying to be merchants, trying to have merchant nodes.
Yeah,
Like,
and then the fee market did what it was supposed to
doesn't make
do,
any
and the
sense.
fee market rose to be competitive until they could no longer justify putting the spam onto Bitcoin because it was too fucking expensive to be worth it. And that's the whole point: is the money rose to the top and won.
No, we culturally defeated ordinals, which is why they went away. Because there was a backlash against the spam.
There was a backlash. There absolutely was a backlash. But do you think they care that you got mad?
Yes,
They don't care that you got
they were on the stage at Bitcoin events.
That's what
and they were getting funding from actual Bitcoin, linked organizations with lots of funding.
This is true.
But now they can't because everybody hates them.
Can I ask you a question?
That's how we defeated them.
How long have you guys known each other?
I don't know this guy at all. I mean, he reply guys me a lot.
It seems like you guys are like old friends.
No, I just had this exact argument with like a billion people.
He's lying. We've been married for 30 years.
Who is this guy?
I'm kidding.
I'm hosting this space for the first time, and I have no idea how to moderate or host or whatever the fuck this is. But
I'm not trying to get it out of
Yeah,
control on
you
you.
should do
I'm
this more,
sorry. You're
Steve.
doing a great job.
I have no
Yeah, you should do
idea.
this more, Steve. You're a good host.
Yeah, I mean, I have disagreements with both of you guys actually. I mean,
Good.
Chris, we know we don't agree on everything, but you also know that I fucking love you in some ways. Thunder, I don't really know you very well, but I hear some of the things you agree with and some of the things I don't agree with. Um, I don't know.
That's healthy.
Yeah, it's healthy. So, Thunder, if do you think that hard forks are healthy for Bitcoin?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that it's healthy. Is big. That's a whole premise of what makes Bitcoin kind of unstoppable.
Okay.
Is that we could always just hard fork, and the majority of people could just go and use something else until whatever crap got established. Like let's say the state comes in and they shoehorn something through some entity that we didn't see coming. They can hard fork it away and then just watch the state blow up their coin, right? And even if they have the mantle of we're the real Bitcoin, yeah, until you break it, and then guess what? We're on the only surviving, right? And that's just a reality. And then it also allows people to try things, right? Like we get to see the market. We get to see Big Block was a failure, and without a hard fork, we wouldn't have seen that. It would just be like a guess as a, well, if we would have done this, then, and it would constantly be nagging at us. And so it kind of helps purify the chain in that same way. And then
Yeah.
sometimes there's going to be new technologies that come up, and hey, we need to do a hard fork because right now Bitcoin's not capable of dealing with that. I don't think quantum's going to be a thing. Not maybe in my lifetime, but I could be wrong. And if it does, hey, we're going to need to do something hard and fast. And it might end up being a hard fork that 99% of everybody agrees on because we don't want quantum stealing our shit. So I think it's necessary, but it does come at a cost. It splits the chain. It splits the money pool, right? And that creates some hurt. But that's why it should
Yeah.
only be absolutely necessary situations.
Yeah. It definitely, I don't know. I mean, so it splits the money pool. Um, I am one of these guys who is just uh all forks are good as long as it's not too much kind of thing. So if you take the total market cap of people who are interested in anything Bitcoin, like anything Bitcoin or cryptocurrency. I'm not going to use the word crypto because I hate that shit. But it's just like if you think about the total amount of interest in the space, if Bitcoin forks into two branches, does it really affect the total amount of market cap that goes into the space, or does it just get distributed into the the multiple forks that there is?
Well, so the difficulty is historically that the market is kind of winner take all. So, the one that ends up with all the market cap becomes the real Bitcoin and everything else is a shitcoin. So that's kind of how things have panned out. I don't know if it has to be that way, I think you could have principled altcoins that are not shitcoins. But I don't think it's happened yet.
Right, but what's the limit of that? You're not saying that the chain that wins takes over real estate and the stock market and just all of the world's lands, resources, and all the everything goes into that. What you're saying is most of the resources go into one chain, but those resources are capped by the resources that are interested in the space, right?
Go ahead, Chris.
I'm not sure I fully understood that. The resources that are interested in this space, you mean interested in cryptocurrency generally?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Generally, you have like a reserve asset of the crypto industry, and historically, that's been Bitcoin.
Right.
That everybody uses as sort of like the lingua franca. Like it. I mean, nowadays I don't trade altcoins, but there was a time in the past when I did that, and I guess Bitcoin is still sort of used as the reserve asset of the crypto space.
Right. So Chris, like,
it's the most liquid one.
Did you trade altcoins back when I trade altcoins? When like the feeling. Okay, people are never gonna believe me about this. Okay, but Chris, I think you're like a good person, and I think you might be the same with me on this. Maybe you're not. I don't know. When I was trading altcoins, I was wondering which set of protocol rules was gonna take over the world. Is that why you were trading altcoins?
I mean, I guess I was like hedging. I was like, all right, well, this Bitcoin thing seems cool, but if it doesn't work out, then maybe this Litecoin thing might be cool, or maybe this other thing might be cool. But also, I was just trying to get rich. I was just sort of gambling. Kind of an NGU like fiat mindset, where I was like, well, if I buy into it and nobody's heard of it, then maybe it'll go up a lot, and then I'll get rich. And so I tried that for a while, and I was like not super successful, but like I guess not terribly unsuccessful. But after a while, I was like, well, wait a minute, what am I really doing here? Like, do I actually believe any of these projects are going to like win in the long term against Bitcoin? And I just had to be honest with myself, and the answer was no. I was like, well, Bitcoin is clearly the best candidate out of all of these.
Hey guys, I'm gonna bounce. Thanks for having me up, okay? And thanks for the conversation, Chris.
Yeah, thanks, something. Thanks,
Yep.
Dodger. Appreciate it.
Yep, thanks.
Is it just kind of late. Is it just me and you, Chris, or does anybody else want to speak or anything? I'm not. This is my first time hosting a space, Chris. Like I kind of suck at
Yeah.
this stuff.
No, you did it. You did a great.
Yeah.
Like, this is good. Like, you should do this again. I think I'm probably gonna head to bed myself. But yeah, like, let's do it again.
Yeah, just one last moment, Chris. Like, dude, you're fucking great, dude. I love you. I think we disagree
Dude, you're fucking great
about
too, man.
some lightning stuff, but like overall, I love what you're doing, man. I really do.
Dude, like, same. I like every time I see you like talk on the the guy Swann roundtable. Your speech about the basement, the Bitcoin basement. Like, I'm just like, man, Simple Steve. He's my spirit animal.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like you get it. You know what I mean?
Same, man. I feel like we both get it. It's okay if we don't agree on some stuff. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Cool.
All right. All right. We're gonna end this space. See you guys.
All right. Good night, everyone.
All right, see you later.